That was good that I remember that. Okay, here we go. Yep, you can go. Joan, I'm sorry. I don't think you were supposed to be in the panelist side. I'm going to have to send you over to the attendees. You don't mind, do you? Bye. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the inaugural weekend for the Women in Masks conference. We're really excited that you have all come filing in. It was so joyous to see all these people coming into the attendees side. We're going to start out tonight, as you've read in the program, with a little bit of an embodied experience. So tonight, we're going to remember the importance of the body. One of the goals of this conference is to bring together different ways of researching and knowing, including arts-based and embodied research. It was our goal as part of the conference mission to offer participants experiences as well as things to think about, to read, to view, and to offer them experiences with masks and with their own bodies. So tonight, please join Jennifer Tantia, a somatic psychologist and dance movement psychotherapist who will lead us in an experiential, looking out and seeing in, a journey through the body. Tantia was excited to start on a weekend Zoom, to start this weekend Zoom with some strategies that could stay with you throughout the weekend and that you could return to time and time again when you felt yourself becoming more virtual than physical. So with that, I present Jennifer Tantia. Thank you.
Thank you, Felice. Boy, that was so exciting just to hear that introduction and what's coming up for this weekend. I'm really excited to be here and honored that you invited me to be here. Okay, I think I'm going to share my screen. And so for the most part, we're just going to be looking at PowerPoints. I invite you, at least for the first half, for the first 20 minutes or so, if you want to kind of move around the room or lie on the floor, you don't have to necessarily sit right in front of your screen. And I might make different suggestions throughout our time to, try to sit with your feet on the floor or to notice the space underneath you. So just find whatever works for you. Please indulge as little or as much as you like. And also, I want to mention that sometimes when we do bring attention to the body, a lot of things come up very quickly. And sometimes it's not exactly what we expected. And sometimes it's a little bit uncomfortable, especially if you've had any kind of trauma in the past. So please, first and foremost, take care of yourself and make sure that if there's something that feels uncomfortable for you, just stop. All you have to do is just walk away, stop, take a breath, get some water. Just really make sure you're taking care of yourself. And I'm going to be going slowly, so but unfortunately I won't be able to see you, so I can't tell if something's going on. So just to let you know, just to make sure, we're hopefully going to be doing pleasant things today and interesting things, but just to make sure that you are taking care of yourself throughout. So getting started, we're going to start with an experiential. So taking a moment now to first check out, notice where you're sitting, notice how you're sitting, and maybe you're sitting on the floor, you're sitting on the couch, sitting on a bed. What I would suggest is whatever you're doing to make sure that your hands are free so that you're not holding, if it's possible, that you're not holding your phone or you're holding your laptop and balancing it on your legs. Just see if you can give yourself a little bit of space. So I'm going to kind of keep talking us through even as you find a place where you can work hands free. And now coming back to finding how you're connecting with what's underneath you. You may still be moving around and that's okay, I'll go slow. But also, if you do have a place where you're sitting, notice if it's a chair under you, are your feet on the floor or are they maybe crossed underneath you on the chair? Wherever they are, I'd like you to just take a moment to meet the chair, meet the floor, whatever it is that's holding you. Bring your attention down there. What we're doing right now, I call it landing. It's also a grounding exercise. Notice how the bottoms of your feet or socks or shoes, where your feet are making contact underneath you, where your butt or your legs are making contact underneath you. Finding where you're meeting the chair or the floor, whatever you're sitting on. And also noticing how it is supporting you. Is it supporting you enough? Enough for now. And just finding that place of contact. This is a way to kind of come back to your presence. Come back to where you are, noticing what's already happening. So just take a moment to feel that. You might press your feet a little bit, or kind of maybe even if you have a back to your chair, pushing yourself back against the back of the chair and just taking a note for what you're feeling and how you're contacting your present moment right now. And now I'd like you to, we're going to add to this a little bit. I'm going to ask you to just notice what your breathing is doing. When you bring attention to your breathing, do you notice that maybe you notice that you're not breathing? And then what happened? Did you breathe more? Did you breathe less? Just notice what happens when you bring attention to your breathing. There is a reciprocal action, a response from the body to your attention to your body. Just enjoy that for a moment. If you weren't breathing, maybe, hopefully, you decided to take a breath. The breath's amazing because it breathes us all day long, and then sometimes we can bring attention to the breath, and then something shifts. Excuse me. So we have our grounding, we have attention to our breathing, and then I'd like to add a little bit more. I want to ask you to, if you're feeling a little bit excited and worked up, maybe antsy, maybe you just came from work or you came from some other thing and you're still kind of up here, even with our grounding exercise. If you're feeling a little agitated, lengthen your exhale and see what happens. If you're feeling a little bit sleepy, maybe you're tired at the end of the day, lengthen your inhale. Just for a few breaths, see what happens. And notice if a shift begins to happen. So just now, what we just did was we took a moment to come to our present time, to pay attention to what's already happening. And then once we know, once we're aware of what's happening, we can then, and I say this with love, manipulate what's happening to our liking. If you're feeling sleepy, you can increase your inhale a little bit, and that's going to give you a little bit of a boost. If you're feeling a little agitated, you can increase your exhale, and that's going to down-regulate a little bit. So that's our first experience of becoming embodied today, or at least taking a little sliver of a moment to see what's already going on. Oh, and I cannot change my, oh dear, I can't go to the next, oops, there it is. Excuse me, I don't know why this is happening all of a sudden. My body's telling me something. So I want to share this, it's starting out with this quote from Simone de Beauvoir. She was the author of The Second Sex, I believe it was in the 60s or 70s. And she says, she writes, "The body is not a thing, it is a situation. The body is not a thing, it's a situation. It is our grasp on the world and our sketch of our project." And that is so beautifully put. And it's basically the thesis of the, at least the first part of our work today. And that is that, you know, we're more than, the body is more than physical. It is situational. It shifts from moment to moment. And it depends, it's also dependent on your history and your past experience and your body memory, and then what's happening in the present moment. So it's a state of being, and it's also a process. I'm going to get into that in just a moment. Our grasp on the world and our sketch of our project, how we design our lives. Quick overview, just to kind of give you what we're going to be, oh, that's interesting. What we'll be doing today. We're going to define embodiment in a few different ways. We're going to talk about how to cultivate it, and along with the experientials that we'll be doing. I'm going to introduce you to what embodied data are. And I'm not going to pay attention to the rest of what I wrote there. That's a little bit of a cut and paste casualty. We're going to talk about embodiment as an aesthetic experience. And then I would like to offer you the opportunity to give your own input as to how do you make sense of all this embodiment stuff in terms of how it fits in with the use of masks. And I hope that can be a little bit more of a discussion or a Q&A at the end. Let's get started yet again. Lots of beginnings here. The most boring definition of embodiment that I could find is the following. They take it apart with the prefix and the suffix. In a sense, we're talking about to bring, I just covered my thing here, to bring to a certain state, and it's also to bring to a state of an action. So again, we're talking about embodiment as it's a state that then has an action to it. When I had been studying this for years and years and years, and was trying to write an article or a chapter on mindfulness and embodiment. And I said, well, mindfulness is only half of it. Mindfulness is attention to the body, whereas embodiment is the enlivened response that comes from the body when you bring attention to it. So I offered the experiential first before putting all these words into it, so that you could have that experience and then put the words to it later. When you brought attention in the second part of our first experience, when you brought attention to your body, something shifted. Your body responded. Maybe you shifted your posture. Maybe your body expanded more in breath. Maybe you tightened up and got less, had less breath. But your body responded. There was an enlivened response when you bring attention. And for the second part of our time today, I would like to offer you some ways of dissecting embodied experience so that you have tools that you can go into, that you can use to check in with your experience. So instead of, okay, there's this enlivened response, but I don't know how to describe it. So we're going to talk about the different, the language of the body and how the body speaks. And then we're going to have some words to put on it so that we can make sense of what it is we're feeling, at least a suggestion. So embodiment, as we were saying, is a state, and it's also a process. You can say you're embodied, you can say you're disembodied. I'm sure, and I'm so curious to hear about the experience of when you put a mask on. Do you feel more of your body when the mask is on? Do you feel a different kind of body? Does your body shift? Do you become a different part? Or do you become only the face? Does all of your attention go up and only through your face? It would be wonderful to check that out and see what happens and see what might be more available to you if you are able to attend to the rest of you in a way that works for you. So the state of being embodied is being present, is attending to body memory. And then there is also, as many of you might be aware of or familiar with, a disembodied state. Oh, I've just been in my head all day long, or I've been on Zoom and everything is up here and forward. And oh, I forgot that, my knee was hurting. I was sitting here, my foot fell asleep. I didn't even notice. I was in my head. So to be embodied is to be in all of you at the same time. A process is, being able to cultivate this sense of embodiment. It's practice. I was working with a client once who, when I was really starting out as a therapist, and he came in, he was an actor, and he came in to a session, and I would say, how do you feel that in your body? What do you feel in your body? And one time he came in and he said, oh, you're always asking me what I feel in my body. I don't know. Da, 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 da. And I thought, oh my goodness, okay, I'm never going to ask him that again. And the next time he came in to the session, he came in a week later, and I said, so how you doing? And he goes, well, I was feeling this in my body as I was sitting here, and then I was feeling this, and then I noticed that. I said, oh, that's so interesting. And so it's something that for some of you, it may be a new muscle. And so, take your time with this stuff and just take it for what it is. Let yourself be curious and try not to judge yourself. If you don't feel anything, that's information. If you feel nothing, if you feel numb, if you feel self-conscious, it's all information. So cultivating embodiment is a process. Hopefully today will be pleasant. But it's not always, because we don't really know what's happening in our unconscious. That may come up at any moment. So looking at the time, it's flying by. I'm just going to give you a moment to check out these embodiment descriptions. I will come back to this idea of a blooming, buzzing confusion. William James wrote this in 1890 when he was talking about the infant's experience. And infants don't segregate their bodies. When they feel sleepy everywhere. When they feel agitated, they're agitated everywhere. They don't really differentiate different parts. So a blooming, buzzing confusion is a beautiful definition for what an embodied state of an infant might be sometimes yours too. I also want to point out the words themselves: blooming, buzzing. There's definitely a sensory aspect to the words that he chose. Absolute brilliance there. And Rosemary Anderson is a transpersonal psychologist, and she says embodiment is not commensurate with our physical senses. It is not what the body feels like physically, but what the body is experiencing at a given moment. And I'm going to come back to this in a little bit to explain a little bit about what she meant and how to wrap our brains around embodiment as a holistic process. This is a definition of embodiment as a process. And this is something that I came up with, again, just trying to make sense of all this stuff. To become embodied is to engage in a state of awareness in which sensation, posture, gesture, thought, and emotion are simultaneously experienced in the present moment. That sounds like a lot. Let me see if my thingy's there. It might sound like a lot. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Go back here. And to that, you know, it's an experience is something that we can hold all of those things at the same time. We don't have to try to logistically think it through. You can't think an emotion. You can't think a sense of safety. You can't think a sense of fulfillment. You have to feel it. And those words that I just mentioned, when you have a sensation, a feeling of it, it's like you get it without having to analyze it. However, in research, and in order to do embodied research, we have to find words to what we're describing. So how do we know what we know, right? We can know from reading things. We can know from our past experiences and our memories of those experiences. We can know through our cultural background, lots of epistemological ways of knowing. And how do we know through the body is, again, it's a sensation that comes up through the body. I think I'm going to go forward to this next. This is probably a really nice way to look at it. If you happen to be lying on the floor, come on up and take a look at this image. I like to look at this in a couple ways. One is what we know. The thoughts at the top of the iceberg here are basically as much as we know about our thoughts. And the emotions right at the meniscus there, they're kind of in and out of the water at the same time. That's about as much as we know about emotions. And if you think of it in terms of above the water is what is conscious, and below the water is what is unconscious. There's a lot to learn under there. So if we're looking at the body as a gateway between consciousness and unconsciousness, by bringing attention to the body, we can then learn what comes up. And it's not going to be logical. It's going to be creative. It's going to be perhaps emotional with a sensation. It's going to be an image that comes up. And then connecting that image back to the sensation, we get more and more information, and it becomes an aesthetic experience. I hope I'm not talking too quickly. So repeating, the mind cannot grasp two things at once. We can't think all of these things through, but our experience can, of course, hold all of those things. I want to shift a little bit because there's some repetition, and then I want to shift a little bit to give you an experience of the next layer of embodiment, and that is your internal experience versus, let's say, your external experience. So I invite you to bring one hand to your forehead and one hand so that your thumb is like right at the base of your skull and at the top of the nape of your neck. And just for a moment, I want you to just kind of squeeze your skull. Maybe this will feel good. You can give yourself a little massage, but I want you to notice as if you're living inside your fingertips, and you can feel, even if you drag your fingertips across your forehead, you can feel the nature of your skull and feel how hard it is. It's a really dense and porous material, but just really, if you try to really squeeze it, you can't. Right? It's a really hard material. This is you feeling yourself from the outside in. So touching your head, living in your fingers and touching your head is one experience. After you're finished squeezing your head, go ahead and bring your hands back again, and let's have our hands be quiet. And I'm going to ask you to now shift. You can close your eyes if you like. You can shift your attention from feeling your head with your fingers to sensing the you that is existing in between your hands. So shifting as if your awareness, or truly as your awareness shifts to inside your skull, can you allow yourself to be felt by your hands? Hopefully feeling the difference in temperature between your hands and your head. Maybe noticing a little bit of pressure. I hope it feels good. Feeling some support. You might even lift your back hand up a little bit to lengthen the back of your neck in support. Just letting yourself be felt by your hands. If you've managed to do that, you can take more time to keep doing that if you wish. If you have managed to do that, see if you can shift back and forth between feeling your head and being felt by your hands. One might be harder than the other. That's okay. Just let that be information for you. So when you're feeling your head with your hands, that is an example of body image. That is looking at yourself from the outside in, or feeling yourself from the outside in. When you shift to inside your body, or in this case, inside your skull, inside your head, and you're sensing yourself from inside, that's body schema. And that's mostly what we do when we're cultivating embodiment. So I hope that was both. I hope you all had a chance to experience both. When we are, and I started talking about this just now, when we're talking about embodiment, we're talking about an embodied aesthetic. It's more than a metaphor, and it's less than literal. And so one example that I'd like to offer here is when you say you have butterflies in your stomach. You don't literally have butterflies in your stomach. So it's not literally happening there, it's less than that. But it's more than just a metaphor. It's an actual sensory experience that is telling you something about your current moment. It's telling you something about how you are interacting either with your own thoughts or interacting with your world in the moment. I'd also like to point out that there are variations of embodied experience where butterflies in the stomach seem to have a positive spin, but if you were feeling anxious or nervous and your stomach was acting up, you might not say butterflies, you might say that it was a little less pleasant. You might ascribe some other metaphor to what's happening in your stomach. So same experience, but the meaning that we put on it means a lot. And that's where we need more research to find out how to differentiate all of these types of embodied experiences. So when we're talking about embodied experience and we need to find aesthetic, it's an amalgam of physical, emotional, sensorial from inside your body, gestures, what am I trying to say? Spontaneous movements. We need to find words that describe the whole thing altogether. So these are a few words here that I picked up for you, just to kind of get an idea that these words, they're not literal, not all the time, maybe sometimes, but they're more than metaphor. So for instance, and I'll ask you all to, I'm going to go to the next slide because there are more. There's a whole bunch of words for a sensory vocabulary, how an embodied experience might manifest. or how a particular experience in your body can manifest. So I invite you to pick 3. And just off the top of your head, if you have something to write on, or if you just want to pick one and just think about, pick one and then see if it's pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. And then some of you are saying it depends. Of course it depends. And that's the point. If something is pleasant today, it might not feel pleasant later. It might have a different connotation. So again, so many different aspects of what a sensory experience or what an embodied experience can mean for you. The meaning that is ascribed is really what's important there. So if you want to write some of those down, if we want to put it, bring it into our discussion later, that would be fantastic. And so that was kind of our first part, a little bit about embodiment, a little bit about getting a sense of what it feels like, inside to outside, and how we ground ourselves, how we bring attention to the body, how the body responds. And now I'd like to, and then I introduced a few words to use to describe these things. So when we're talking about embodied data, for those of you who are interested in research, this is a research conference. This is a definition that I came up with to try to identify what it is we find when we go and attend to our bodies. And so a working definition right now is embodied data are points of unconscious information brought to consciousness by attending to oneself in the present moment. So by going to the body, bringing attention to the body brings up information and responds, and then we can make sense of it. I have to mention Eugene Genlin, who created a process called focusing, created an entire system of being able to do just that. It's called focusing, and there's a lot of information online about that. He was a phenomenologist who was quite brilliant in this and studied it. He actually used focusing as a part of a clinical study in the 1950s with Carl Rogers, and they found that people who were able to identify their bodies and actually feel and sense their bodies it was on an inpatient psych unit, and they actually got let out of the hospital a lot sooner. They were able to connect with themselves, and it's a wonderful study. If you're interested, check it out. So all of these words, all of this information, all of this unconscious to conscious stuff, what I did here was attempt to create some categories so that if you're going to your body and you're going, well, let me check in. Okay, well, I feel fine. Oh, that's completely valid. And so I'm offering some ways of looking at or of attending to, and hopefully you can use these ways throughout the conference to kind of attend, like, what do I feel right now? And so this is this particular table is more about what's happening kind of inside your body or in your own personal space. Sometimes when you're sensing yourself, you're feeling taller or larger or smaller, and it's a sensation. It's not a physical manifestation. It's something that feels different from inside you. I will say under size, it says feeling contracted or expanded. There are studies that have found that when we're frightened or threatened, we narrow and recede, and that's called contracting. When we feel excited or interested in our environment and safe, we expand and we move forward. And there's a whole bunch of research from the autonomic nervous system and polyvagal theory that describes how all that happens. And it's fascinating. But we contract when we don't feel comfortable, and we expand when we are interested and involved. I'm just going to let you take a look at some of these here just for a moment. And this is where you kind of have to come back to your laptop. Size, gravity, temperature, and visceroception. Even checking when you did work on your head, you might have felt a difference in temperature. You might have felt your forehead warmer than your hands, or vice versa. That's information, it's information that you didn't have before. And I'd love to go into a whole analytic thing about the autonomic nervous system, which I will not do today. But it tells you a lot of information about what's going on with your sense of well-being in the world. And I'm very aware of the time here, so I'm going to try not to go too fast, but try to bring up the important points here. So when we talk, we just discussed what's happening inside the body. Movement is how we know where we are in space. When we're moving, we're communicating. When we're moving, we're expressing. I come from an Italian background. I cannot speak without moving my hands. It's a gesture. I'm actually kind of proud of that. And I enjoy gesturing as I speak. When we gesture, we actually facilitate our thinking. So movement is both involuntary movements and voluntary movements are very important to the ways that we communicate who we are in the world and how we are in the world. And so I offer you again another chart table for movement as embodied data. The first one being spontaneous movement, which I could do an entire workshop on. Things that happen in our body that we don't anticipate and maybe don't even realize is happening. Posture and structure, the way our body's architecture supports us or doesn't support us. Gesture again, and the rhythm or the speed to which we're speaking, moving, thinking, really again gives us information about what's going on. Let's even say what's going on emotionally. If you were to do something and you had a certain rhythm and then you decided to speed up the rhythm, it might change some quality, and it also might change an emotion that's happening in you. Similarly, if you're going at a certain rhythm and you start slowing it down, it may change your emotion. It may change whatever's happening, something happening in your body as you slow it down. So these are different ways that we express between ourselves and our world. So, oh goodness, great. Okay. I brought these here so that we could get an idea. There's one more piece I want to talk about in terms of the kinds of things that we could, if you are interested in studying embodied research or incorporating it into your current work that you're doing. These are the kinds of areas that can be explored by using embodied research. Whereas if you're just sitting around talking about it, you can't quite get to it. I would love to add safety and danger in there too. I just gave a conference talk about safety and danger, and that's definitely something that is felt, not just thought. So these are some other ideas and some other ways of thinking about, like, well, what kind of thing would I be studying if I was looking at using an embodied method, or if I'm studying embodiment and I want to learn something about, a situation. These are some of the ideas that can be explored. And I'm sure if any of you have other ideas, please, bring them to our discussion. So with that, I'm going to offer you one last experiential And the beginning, or the title of this talk was Looking Out and Seeing In. And I want to give you an opportunity to take a moment. We'll be sitting in front of a Zoom little box. Hopefully you'll be up and moving a little bit. But for the most part, it's hard to sit in front of this little box all day. So I give you a moment to take a look around the room. And instead of looking at something that like, oh, I know what that thing is, and oh, that's my thing there, and that, let your eyes lead, if you can. Put your brain in the back seat and let your eyes find something in the room that's pleasant. And talking about in terms of a color or a shape. Hopefully it's something you never really paid attention to before. And just let your gaze fall. Let your eyes move until they find something that they're really interested in. You're looking out and you're letting your eyes lead. And you're putting your brain in the back seat. And when you see that shape, texture, color that's pleasant, just notice what happens in your body when you are gazing at something pleasant. You might notice your breathing change. You might notice your muscles change. You might notice your posture change. You might even notice a little bit of emotion coming up that had been kind of put in the back seat. And you're welcome to stay with this as longer if you wish. And if you're ready to move on, I then invite you to start to expand your gaze to the rest of the room. You might even sit back. And I invite you to let the room come to you. Let the room see you. So you don't have to do any work. You can just let everything come to you. If this feels overwhelming, you're welcome to just let a little bit in. You don't have to make it overwhelming. Just see what it's like to allow the room to come to you. And with that, I would like to leave you with a thought, a parting thought. And that is, whatever mask you wear, it is a part of you. And it begins with you. So I invite you for the rest of the conference to bring yourself with you. You are here. And you're worth getting to know. So that's our talk for today. And thank you so much. And Felice, thank you for this opportunity. I turn it over to you.
Hi, yes, great. I think you might, oh, there we go. Yes, thank you so much. That was really fascinating, and so many applications for the mask and the body. Thank you. Jennifer has generously made a chapter from her book available to people online. It is in the schedule for the inaugural weekend, so you can check that out, and also on her presenter information page. So she is willing to take some questions, and I know that there already is a question in the audience. So I'll put that to you. This is actually from a very accomplished mask artist in Boston, but I won't say her name. She says, wonderful example of body image, hands and head. Can it be done between other parts of your body?
Yes, absolutely. So the way that I had first learned it was touching the back of your hand and allowing your hand to be felt by your fingers. There's definitely, of course, it's from outside in and from inside out. So there's also that sense of body schema. So even if you're touching the back of your hand, you can put yourself inside the back of your hand, and then you're being felt by your fingers from the outside. And of course, that can happen anywhere. Yeah, I did this because of our box. Yeah, thank you.
Other questions, if people want to put them in the chat. While we're waiting for a minute, oh, wait, there's one. I want to, thank you. Grazie. May we know more about your book?
Yes. Wow. Yeah, it is a book on embodied methodologies. And I put together, I curated this piece with people from all different countries. And when I put out a call for papers, I asked for anyone who would happen to be doing embodied research. And I just got this slew of responses from everywhere. And so it's divided into 3 sections. One is more of a quantitative way, different embodied methods quantitatively. There's a section on qualitative, it like interviews, all phenomenological. There's an ethnographic study. There's a whole section on qualitative, and then there's a mixed methods and arts-based research section. So lots of different methods that you can see how folks have used either studying embodiment or used embodiment in. They adjusted their methods to include embodied experience in the studies. So
that's great. Thank you so much for sharing that with people.
Thank you.
Well, I couldn't help think while you were talking, and then also just seeing some of the attendees lists and recognizing some of my art education students about all the applications that this could have for working with kids. Some of these kind of isolating feelings and sensations, and becoming more aware. Do you have any specific ones that you would recommend for working with students?
Oh, wow. For how young?
I guess any range, because I think there's people in the audience from pre-K to college.
Wow. Well, I guess it comes from whatever, it's kind of a developmental question. Whoever you're working, like there's so many different abilities according to how old someone is. Whatever you are working with currently. So if you're working with 10 to 12-year-olds, you know how to work with masks with 10 to 12-year-olds. It's going to be different from how you work with masks with 5 to 6-year-olds. So there might be a bit of a different way. Like, I don't think a 5-year-old could do this and feel themselves from the inside. That's a little bit more advanced. So I can't just say like this exercise is good for this age. Is there
trying out some of this, just trying out some of the things I was thinking about, the looking at something in the room and then letting the room come to you, and just some of those seem like they could be tools in working with students.
Yeah, I mean, I don't work with kids, so all the experientials that I have are a little bit more nuanced. I'm just thinking right now, like for younger kids, you might want to measure yourself, from your fingertips to your nose, and then also from your fingertips to the wall, or from your fingertips to the ceiling. And this is also ascribing the space around you. And again, I don't know how that would be used in terms of masks, and but it's definitely giving the child a sense of, where am I? Where am I? Where am I in relation to you? Where am I in relation to you? And so that kind of distance, but actually reaching and using your own body to measure, is I would think more like a little bit younger piece for a kid that would be really helpful to them in finding boundaries. Can we go elbow to elbow? Are we doing 6 feet away from each other, fingertip to fingertip, or further? So that's, I guess, one idea.
Yeah, no, those are great. Those are wonderful. Other questions that people might have or comments about something that, great. We have a comment. Does the work include relationship of body to objects in hand, on the body, etc.? So does the work include relationship to body to objects in hand, on the body, etc.?
Body to objects in hand. Yes. I don't have my peep with me. I just did this with a client the other day. So all of this I use in my private practice as a therapist, but I'm sure it's translatable. I had a woman, I'll just tell a quick story. I had a woman who had a very difficult time taking in compliments. She was always giving, 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 giving. She never would acknowledge any of her own. She's highly accomplished and just refuses to acknowledge anything. So I have a little stuffed peep, as peeps, and it's very soft, like a little beanbag. And I handed it to her and I told her to hold it. And I gave her a compliment. And I said, just if it's hard to hear, I want you to just squeeze the peep. I said, it doesn't matter if you break them, just squeeze them as hard as you can, whatever you need to do, so that she could touch something soft while receiving kind words. And she could also feel her own hardening against the softness. And it was hard. It was really hard for her. But because she had that object to put her energy into, she was able to even just tolerate what we were doing. On the flip side of that, if you're feeling, really angry or agitated, hold something soft in your hand. If you're getting on a phone call or a Zoom call, and hold something soft, it's going to tell your body that it's okay. And you're sending a message by what it is you're holding in your hands. There's a whole, there was an experiment that was then debunked, but it was a really cool, very popular experiment in sociology about the warm cup experiment. If people were holding warm cups, they perceive cups of like warm tea, they perceived the researcher to be much more friendly than when they were holding a cold glass of water. And it's just so interesting. We can trick our bodies, but are we also just giving our bodies nice, like really good information by offering those things? So, yeah.
Thank you. Oh, wait, there's a couple more questions. It looks like, okay. So I have, in relation to masks, what is the most common and uncommon feelings that people wearing masks for the first time might have? I once had a student afraid to wear a mask and they refused to do it. Why does something like that happen? Is this trauma? And then the question that you just answered, the person said, thank you, that was fascinating, your answer.
That's a great question. I can't really say what they were experiencing. You can always ask them, what's scary about it, and not that they have to do it, but that's information for them to give you. I would, excuse me. My question is for you all, like how might you use this information while working with masks? How can it be helpful?
Yeah, that's great. Let's hear from the audience. Have to practice that teacher wait time. Anyone who
it's new.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, and I think sometimes it's just, I think in some ways the nature of everything you're describing leaves us a little bit with like words feeling inadequate to talk about it. It's, so someone said embodiment might mean embodying a character. measuring the distance from the red clown nose to the wall, perhaps.
Embodying
Somebody
a
else.
character. Yeah.
Someone else said the mask only comes through with embodying experience and physicality.
Hmm.
Let's hear it from these masked people out there. Someone said, I like the addition of the safe aspect to your embodiment specifically for the mask. And someone else says, I don't know specifically, but it is making me think a lot about working with puppets where there's the human body and the puppet body.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah.
Well, wonderful. There's going to be a lot of things to think about. And again, I just thank you so much for your generosity, for,
Thank
sharing
you.
the chapters, for sharing this experience with us. And I think it's really been just the perfect way to start this conference. So thank you so much, Jennifer.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's been an honor. Thanks.
Thanks. Let's see. So I'm going to move to. Hang on with me, bear with me as I. Okay. All right. So can people see me? Because someone to give me a sign.
Yes, I can see you.
We can see you, yeah.
Thank you. I'm having a strange experience of not seeing myself well, but maybe I could just sort of feel my way through in a more embodied way then. So I'm not looking at myself on Zoom. It's a whole nother thing. Okay, well, thank you again so much, Jennifer. We really deeply appreciate that. We're definitely speaking my language of Simone de Beauvoir. And I love the blooming and the buzzing and those words. One second. Hang on one second. I'll say about a full screen experience where I lost what I was going to say. Thank you for bearing with me. Okay. So I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Felicia Amato, and I'm the assistant professor in the art education department in the School of Visual Arts here at BU. And I want to officially welcome all of you to the conference about women in masks, and all that emerges through the alchemy of the pairing of those two powerful concepts. I have always been interested in masks and their cousins puppets as well. My mother died this summer, and as we were going through her things, I found photos from my 5th grade year when she and other people in our extremely small and rural Minnesota community arranged for a week-long residency with In the Heart of the Beast Puppet and Mask Company. You can see an image here of Sandy Spieler, who was one of the original company members, still with the group, and she came to my little town when I was in 5th grade. And the photos, this is the only one that I happen to have on my phone to share with you, but they brought back the magic and the carnivalesque of this circle of water pageant that they created with us and that we performed as a community. And for an awkward 5th grade girl, the time spent sculpting in clay and the paper mache and, chatting with these artists who had these completely different lives that seemed, just so much richer. The power of designing alter egos and bringing them to life, it was really transformative to me. And having taught now in the K through 12 system and at the university for a few years, I've endeavored to transmit this wonder by including masks in my curriculum, not just as decorative objects, but as invitations to transcend and to transform. This conference has been a labor of love. It was started with a small grant proposal to the BU Center for the Humanities in January, and they recognized the potential to bring artists and performers and scholars and psychologists, teachers, scientists, and all the people who straddle categories to participate in a research conference and blur the boundaries. We just heard a lot about embodied research. So this is a research conference, and there are many ways to research. It is our belief that the crossover in these spaces, through this crossover, we're going to gain new insights into many things, but least of all are the alchemy of women in masks. I want to start out this evening by introducing our small but dedicated team. And I've also asked them to tell you a little bit about themselves and about what brought them to the conference and the role they play and what's interesting to them about it. So I'm just going to bring on my team here. Let's see. People can start their videos. Great, awesome, wonderful. Well, this is the team. I mean, we've all had a lot of other help as well. It's not everyone who's helped us, but this is the core team. So I want to start out with Paula Manns. Paula is our conference manager. She's a student in the MA in Art Education program here at BU, graduating soon. And I was lucky enough to have Paula in both a mask and a puppetry class. Her own creative work is amazing. Oops, it looks like people are only seeing me right now. Thanks for the chat from the audience. I am going to, I think if I switch my view, is that better? We'll see, I'll wait for a minute. Ah, it's better. Thank you for that person in the audience. All right. All right, and so I wanted to say that Paula is an amazing artist, but she's also exceptionally organized and calm. The website is because of Paula, and she will also be presenting in February. And a little secret about her is she is a gifted voiceover artist. So Paula, do you want to tell us a little bit about your role in the conference?
Hi, everyone. My name is Paula Manns. As Felicia said, I'm the conference manager, responsible for a lot of the online website material that you've seen advertising the conference, and I'm very excited to be a part of the team.
Great. And Paula, again, will be presenting on a curriculum unit that she designed in February. Great. Well, next is Alexandra. This conference wouldn't exist without Alexandra Simpson. We met at a mask workshop in Toronto with the Sartori family, and we both ended up together again at the Sartori's annual month-long seminar in mask building in Abano Terme, Italy. And it was all of our conversations about this pivotal moment that we were experiencing when two women, a mother and a daughter, Sara and Paola, inherited this Sartori family lineage. They're famous Italian mask makers that had a radical influence on the 20th century theater and beyond. And we started to talk, and it was our conversations over gelato or spritz and the resonance that we both felt for the specifics of this question of women in masks that really initiated this whole project and others to come. So Alex, if you want to say something.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Alex. Yeah, I'm speaking to you from Canada. I'm a PhD candidate at York University and a theater artist as well, and I do some mask building as well. So very pleased to be here and very happy to have met Felice in Italy, as she said, over some spritz. It was a great time. And I look forward to getting to know you all throughout this wonderful conference. Thanks so much.
Next is Deborah Bell. Deborah has been a critical part of our team. We were really thrilled and kind of amazed that a woman who had written 2 important books on masks would join us in this conference endeavor and see its value, but she did. And thanks to her, many people such as Joan Schirle tonight, Alicia Martinez Alvarez tomorrow, and many others have been drawn into this conversation through Deb. Deb, do you want to say something?
Sorry. Yes, I'm just so pleased to be here, and I think this is such a wonderful topic. I first was I was long interested in commedia, but I got especially interested in masks at the International Mask Conference in Iowa in 2001, when I realized that I come from theater. And people know lots of things. There's lots of books out in bookstores about directors and actors and designers, playwrights. But the world really doesn't take too much time to learn about mask makers. And I think they're so especially important because the mask maker is oftentimes their own performer, as well as their own playwright and their own designer. And you know, I mean, they're just, they oftentimes are just so, they take everything and integrate it. And so I think that the topic is just ideal for, especially at this time when there's so much polarization. How can we get more integration of all of these different, you know, ways of approaching creativity, you know, along. So anyway, I very much appreciate being here, and thank you for inviting me.
And Deb will be speaking tonight some more on her book and the background that she's researched, and then tomorrow also again. So it'll be really, she's been super generous with her time as well, and we really appreciate it. Let's see. So after that, I want to move on to Emily. So Emily joined us this fall as an undergrad in, she's in a College of Arts and Science internship course, and she jumped right in with initiative and wisdom, and she's really helped to guide us through many of the tech interfaces that we've had to use with patients. And I think she wanted a real experience with a meaningful project, and I also think she's gotten that. So Emily, do you want to say something?
Hi everyone, my name's Emily. I'm a senior in the College of Arts and Sciences, and I'm majoring in Chinese. Even though I'm not studying anything related to the arts, it's just something I like to explore more in my free time. And once I saw that I had the opportunity to just do this as a side project, I immediately hopped on, and it's been a great experience so far.
It has been intense. Wonderful. So Elsa VA has been a wonderful and generous collaborator since becoming the outreach coordinator of the African Studies Center here on campus, originally from Mauritius. She's helped me facilitate African content for my students in my art education classes, which also definitely connects to this whole project for me. And then also to help them and really support them to develop really quality, meaningful unit plans that they can share with their own students. So I will let Elsa tell you a little bit about herself, and then also a little bit about February.
Yes, welcome. Hello, everybody. I too am very happy, like Deb, very happy to be here. Like Felice said, I'm the outreach manager at the African Studies Center at BU. And within the African Studies Center, I direct the K-16 education program. And our central mission in the program is really to increase the reach of African studies in every US classroom. We are a national resource center, and we support teachers through curricular resources and professional development events, and also within a larger project of anti-racist education. So Felice and I, as you mentioned, started collaborating a couple of years ago in her Issues in Arts Education course, which so wonderfully and centrally engaged students in learning more about masquerade traditions from African contexts, and also provided a really critical and important framework of culturally responsive pedagogy to engage with those traditions. And so our collaboration has been so fruitful and very collaborative and collegial, and it's continued in the context of organizing this free conference. And we collaborated especially on the February weekend, which will bring global masquerade traditions and a lens to engage with those traditions to an audience of educators. So I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the weekend, but it's great to be here.
Thank you, Elsa. All right, I also want to thank Dana Clancy, the director of the School of Visual Arts. Dana is the kind of department leader who matches your own excitement and then sometimes even supersedes it, and definitely supersedes your energy for your own projects. And that's been the case every time I've turned to her with this project. She's just mirrored back the excitement and the enthusiasm for the entire conference. So she's been with us from the early planning stages all the way through this webinar tonight. So I'd like her to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Felice, and everyone on this panel. It's been an incredible conversation just tonight. And you have brought so much energy to make this happen, and so much dialogue and care. And I'm just so grateful. And I think especially this as an arts-based interdisciplinary research conference where making and embodied research is central to the conversation between scholars, between artists. It's such a wonderful model. And truly through also inclusive pedagogy as well. I think everything that everyone spoke about tonight is so central to the mission and vision of the School of Visual Arts as well. And I'm just really grateful for your both ability and willingness to bring this together, and can't wait to hear more. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dana. I also just want to give a shout out to Susan Mickey, Director of the School of Theater, who was just an early and just a consistent supporter and mentor through this project. Also, so much thank you to the Humanities Center. I mean, it was really their belief in this as a valid project, as something they could get excited about, that, you know, gave us the impetus to keep moving on and building. Women in Masks have also had a wonderful collaborator in Ty Furman at the BU Arts Initiative, and through the Indigenous Voices of the Americas series, he is helping us to bring Skeena Reese, daughter of Carver Victor Reese, to us as our keynote in October. Skeena is a performance artist and a comedian in the tradition of sacred clowning. And she now brings that sensibility onto TikTok and using digital filters as masks. So she's so dynamic, just an amazing sense of humor, and also a really biting commentary in that sort of tradition of the sacred clown. And Skeena Reese will be our keynote in October. Also, Ty has helped to support us in bringing Ana and Deborah Correa from Peru's Yuyachkani cultural movement. They will be with us also in February. They've just celebrated their 50th anniversary, and people who are familiar with Latin American theater know how impactful they've been over those 50 years. So we also want to thank all of the people that have supported us, encouraged us, have helped us to review proposals, who've edited abstracts, people who've just activated their networks to build interest in the conference. And, you know, most of all, just, I guess, that mirroring back that this is something that is worth talking about, that it's powerful. I also want to thank my dean, Harvey Young. He has been generous with his time and guidance and encouragement, and his genius analogies have helped us sometimes make sense of the absurd. We're also just thrilled that this conference could be free to everyone, and that we are able, because of the generosity of BU, to allow us to build websites and things. We're able to create this website that we hope to build over this year, but then also beyond. And we hope that it can serve as a reference for this sort of new field for people who are interested in women and masks broadly, as we've said. By leveraging these resources, we can create a platform and create infrastructure. We can feature the work of the performers, the artists, the scholars who have come to engage with us on this topic. And so just as we've looked to provide opportunities for you to move, we've also sought out opportunities for you to learn new approaches to mask building. So many people have enjoyed Melody Anderson's wonderful and accessible workshop. You can still see that recording, and she'll be doing a part 2 tomorrow. And I've actually heard back from people that they actually immediately went out and started using that in their classrooms with their students. So it's really exciting to see how rhizomatic these things can be. This is a global conference, and so in February for our keynote, we'll be hosting Nigerian filmmaker Zina Sarawiwa, and she will be sharing with us her lecture called Wearing the Mask: The Politics of Authenticity and Contemporaneity in the Worlds of African Art. So that's going to be very exciting. We'll be updating those schedules as we go. We have just a small preview of those 2 weekends up now, but we'll be building now that once this weekend is behind us. So one of our goals for this conference has been visibility and then also context. So we seek at every turn to highlight our presenters' work, to bring it to a larger and larger audience. We want to put their work in conversation and in context with others, and that's something that this conference can do. We're so thrilled at the interest that the conference has generated. We have, in some cases, almost 100 people registered for some of the webinars this weekend, and then there'll be other people watching in their own time zones when they wake up. We also have 300 people on our mailing list now, so there's tremendous interest, and we can feel the energy. So we also had tremendous interest in our open call for all kinds of participation, not privileging one type of engagement over the other, but rather creating a conversation. Many who are presenting are also attending other presentations, which is great because it really does feel conversational, and it does feel like how you sort of build a field that is at the intersection of different fields. I have a few housekeeping details before we move on to the next speakers. So we have worked hard to make this tech reliant and to be smooth and, suave, as I've already failed to do. But, we may have a few tech issues here and there. It's a huge undertaking. There's also going to be a lot of presenters. So we could have the situation where a presenter can't join. We will do our best to shift things around on the fly. We may need to take a pause in programming, but I'm sure you'll all bear with us and know that, everything that we learn this conference, we'll take it to the next. Thank you so much for your patience with us, though. So one other thing that I wanted to say is throughout the conference, we're planning to do really brief intros to people just in terms of Zoom fatigue, the time that it takes away from content. But we really encourage you to go to the website to check out the more robust bios that we have been building for people online, and also to look there for the handouts that people are sharing with you this weekend. Finally, though, I would like to take a moment to honor Gina Bastone. And I'm not I think that's the Italian pronunciation, so we'll just go with that since we're started out with the Sartoris. But Gina was a prominent mask maker and teacher who passed away this past year. She made beautiful masks for the theater, especially in the commedia tradition, and even innovating her own characters and her own masks. She was a mentor and a teacher to many women. You'll find more information on her page on our conference website. And there was also another mailing that went out about her too, just to pay homage to the lineage. I think these things are important. So next, we will hear from Manduhai Buyandelger. She's an MIT anthropologist whose focus on Mongolian shamanism and gender was explored in her book, Tragic Spirits, Shamanism, Gender and Memory in Contemporary Mongolia. That was University of Chicago Press. What's even more fascinating is she's sort of taking all of this and turning her attention to virtual reality. So shamanism and virtual reality intersections there. Look for another talk from her in October where she'll specifically explore that. But right now I'd like to turn it over to Manduhai for her presentation.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Felice, for inviting me, and thank you for all the organizers. This is an amazing opportunity, and I'm so delighted to be here. So thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, you're great.
Okay, so I'm gonna host disabled participant screen sharing. So I am not able to share my screen.
Okay, I think I just need to remake you host since you joined a little bit late, just because you joined after the, in the middle of that. So let me just hang on here. Finding all my Zoom controls. There we go. Now you're a co-host. So now you should be able to share and share with abandon.
Okay,
Can you?
Yeah, just 1 second, please.
Yeah, no hurries.
All right, so share screen. Can you see me?
Yes, that's great. The mask
Yes.
is a portal. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. So I have another sort of presentation later on. Thank you so much. And I will address the virtual reality in more detail there later. Here it's very much about the beginning of it, I guess. And I think of it as a portal, not just the mask as a portal, but also a conference itself is a portal. So the title of my presentation is A Mask as a Portal, Materiality, Transformation, and Influence. So I would like today to think with you about masks as portals to transformation. The word transformation seems to have force and movement. It pushes us to consider the outcome of the transformation and not so much the context before encountering the mask. And I was really happy to hear Deb talking about making of the mask. So we, when we think about masks, what immediately we think is what the mask does and the outcome of it. But what do we have before it? It seems to be just as important. It is worth considering the moments of beginning, either donning it, or seeing, or deciding on it. What do we want the masks to do, and for whom? So, as an anthropologist, I often start with just having, I guess, atmospheric sort of sense of what the thing is about. So I tried various ways of Googling masks. So the first time I Googled it was all medical masks given our time. And the second time I decided to do it in a more sort of focused way, which was Halloween masks. And the third time was ritual masks. And this is one of the pictures. And the third time, theatrical masks. And by doing that, I guess in some ways I tried to sort of in my mind group the masks, because it was so, the variety of the masks and the ways in which the masks penetrate the meaning of our lives seem to be endless. I tried to come up with various keywords as well, and just again for atmospheric purposes, to throw together just a list of keywords that came up while reading and thinking about masks, while looking at various popular culture materials related to masks. Was, let's say, a stream of words. And just to give an example is, a random example is culture, coping, expressing, support, public health, compliance, quarantine, masquerade, ritual, community, interact, continuity, change, empowerment, intimacy, prohibition, proximity, risk, responsibility, transmission, ethics, liberal, conservative, I can't breathe, prevention, protocols, moral, care, privilege, and so on and so forth. So that's just to say that it's nearly impossible to, I guess, encompass what the mask has to offer. And one of the ways in which I decided to think about masks is through the media, through the notion of portal and transformation. So the notion of a mask as a portal is especially pertinent in shamanic rituals in Mongolia, where I did my earlier research back in 2000s. Despite highly elaborate paraphernalia of shamanism consisting of numerous items ranging from coral bracelets to mirrors to shamanic gowns, so these are the paraphernalia. It's hard to make a sense, and I'm not going to bore you with all the details of shamanic paraphernalia, but what I want to give through this image is, through these two images, is, I guess, a visual impact. I just want you to see how decorated, how elaborate, and how numerous it is. It's 33 items, from coral bracelets to a shamanic gown made of antelope skin and adorned with almost 300 pounds of representations of the nature, and weighing up to, as I said, 300 pounds. So compared to that, one of the shamanic masks that is also a headdress is quite simple, which is mainly consisting of a little turban and some decorations known as snakes, and mainly the black tassels that covers the face of a shaman. So there is one more mask that I will speak a little later, but this particular mask, despite its simplicity, is quite instrumental, especially for women shamans. First of all, it's made of cloth. It has an embroidered pair of eyes on the forehead and black tassels. Unless the shaman is unknown to the audience, the headdress provides little anonymity. The tassels swing when a shaman performs and they need to be lifted to the side when a shaman consumes libations and other things, thus exposing their face. The mask also does not provide any specific marks of identity, ethnicity, or gender. All shamans, especially from this particular area of Mongolia, wear the same type of paraphernalia, including this headdress. Therefore, by wearing a headdress, a shaman does not transform into a particular spirit. Instead, the black tassels are meant to anonymize the shaman for the spirits, not so much for the audience, and allow the spirits to possess a shaman and use the shaman's body as a medium through which to arrive to our world. A shaman's paraphernalia, thus, is a portal for the spirits to travel to our world, and thus, from our point of view, this portal is inverted. It connects the spirit and human worlds. By gaining a new, or sometimes confirming the existing insights from consulting with the spirits who possess the shaman, the audiences find new additional portals in human world to address their issues, which can range from persistent illnesses to financial fortunes. In metaphorical terms, the portal that was materialized by the mask continues into the human world following the ritual by allowing the new insights and potentially transforming the surroundings or the audience's relationship with the surroundings, as some of the early anthropologists have noticed about the purpose, function of the rituals in other parts of the world. So the fact that the cloth headdress is usually made by seamstresses or just women shamans and their families, and the fact that it's not costly and does not require as much expert craftsmanship as many other items of paraphernalia, it allows women shamans to enter their spiritual practice with little delay. This is notable because ascending to higher ranks of shamanism requires paraphernalia, including another headdress, a stainless steel framed one forged by smiths who claim special spiritual powers. This step is one of the hurdles that prevent women shamans from ascending to the higher ranks of their pursuit. So very quickly, just wanted to point at the steel part of another headdress item that actually takes much longer and difficult to obtain. So because many women shamans tend to be on social and economic margins and tend to have complicated family and kin situations, the cloth headdress supports the shaman's endeavor to temporarily channel ancestors' language, and as a feminist anthropologist Mary Steedley argues, gain an audience and have the audience to listen to them slash spirits, which they could
Oh, Mandu, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We were wondering if you could go full screen on the images.
Full screen.
Probably by going up to the view. Just because we're looking at the smaller. It's fine if it's not a quick fix.
No, I should be able to do that. So where would that be?
Or to go to slideshow, possibly, if you go across the red bar at the top where it says a mask is for, yeah. Oh, yes,
okay.
Yes.
So
thank you.
Then I can see my
oh,
hold on. Just 1 second, please.
Yeah, no worries. You have plenty of time. We started a little early, so we're not in a rush.
I'm trying.
Is it your notes you're looking for, like the speaker notes?
Yeah. Well, it's separate, so.
Okay. Well, I think this is fine. I mean, I don't want to interrupt
this?
you.
No. Is that better?
That cuts off. I think that cuts some things off for us.
Huh.
I think it's I think you could just go ahead with what you were doing, because I think, you know, it's
Oh, I'm so
manageable.
sorry.
What if you went to slide? I'm thinking if you went to slideshow and then did speaker notes, but you know what's happening behind the scenes. I don't know if that's helpful to you.
So when I go to slideshow, then I lose everything. Do you know what I mean?
What about, yes, I totally know what you mean. What about if you go to view, and see if you go to, if you go across the top to view, like it's right in the middle, sort of underneath the mask as a portal, right in the center. Like in the center in the middle, there's like view. Do you, right, it's kind of right above where you are with your arrow. If you went straight up, it's a view and an acrobat above that. Maybe you don't see the same thing that I see. I honestly
I see.
think that
Okay.
okay. And I'm wondering, there they have normal outline view. Speaker view. You know what? I think that we just need to stay. You should just keep doing what you were doing. I mean, the photos are visible. They're just, you know, a little small, but I think it's just for your flow and everything, which I've already probably wrecked.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought
No,
that.
you.
Okay.
No worries at all. There's the presenter view there, that if you go over 3 from the left, there's presenter view, which might have the notes on it separately, but I'm not 100% sure how it'll be for you. Well, yeah.
Someone suggested trying reading view instead.
Oh, reading view. Okay. Thank you, Emily.
Where is the reading view?
Is it under view instead of under slideshow, maybe? When you go across that red bar again, and you're about 1, 2, 3, about 8 across, it says, or 8 or 9 across, it says view. Right under the mask is portal, right under the title. Like right straight above where you are right now. If you just move up to where it says view.
Like
Yeah. And maybe, is there a reading view there? Yes, reading view. It's worth a try.
Oh, okay. This will
Crowdsourcing.
work.
Okay.
Can you see now better?
I
kind of see the same thing, but can someone else from the audience maybe say what they're seeing?
Well, I think that we can see everything easily like this. I think you should just go on and continue.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Deb.
Yeah.
Let's just go on.
So sorry.
No, please, no apologies.
Okay. So during Q&A, I can just kind of not worry about the text and also show, or just give them to you later if there is any interest. So I'm halfway through, or a little less than halfway through. So let me.
You're fine. You have time too.
Okay.
So no rush at all. You didn't lose time with that.
Okay, thank you. So the power of the mask here is in providing just enough ambiguity that allows a temporal suspension of certainty about an identity of a shaman. Is it the shaman woman or spirit ancestor? The point here is not so much what is the shaman or who is the shaman at the moment, but the fact that she is being listened to. So what I'm showing now is a woman shaman without the mask. And then the second picture is the same woman with the in paraphernalia with the black tassels / masks on, scolding a young woman as a spirit, right? She is possessed by a spirit, or she claims to be possessed by a spirit. So this this small function of the mask that allows just a tiny bit of suspension of certainty of identity of the shaman, and does have an impact on shamanic performance on shamanic ascendance to power, especially for women. So the second mask that I wanted to talk about is actually a much more of a mask, and it's still shamanic mask. And the important aspect of this mask is that it's not for wearing, right? It is an object of it on its own terms.
Emily, were you trying to say something? I think we're not seeing what you're seeing at this point because we're still seeing the same image.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
so
frozen
sorry.
for like everyone else. So you could try stop sharing and just restart it again.
Thank you, Emily.
All right, I will share again, no problem.
Thank you.
You know, even before Zoom, we had a lot of issues, right? Always
yes. Oh
issues.
my goodness. Yeah.
It was even worse sometimes because we didn't know how to use the projector or whatever that we were using. So
it was working. Like the second time we did it around, we were seeing you move. So it should be no problem there.
Okay, I'm on this one. Can you see me? Can you see the slide?
Yes, the transformation and check slide.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So the second mask is not for wearing, but it's an object on its own terms, one thing. And the second thing, it is the only mask that represents one of the endless number of shamanic spirits. And the rest of the spirits do not have a representation, not through a mask and very rarely through any other medium. And the spirit's name is Avgulta, and Avgulta means a lavra. And it meant in the context of our discussion, it's actually kind of really generative. Of course, it implies evolving and it's in a state of metamorphosis. So why does Avgulta, the spirit, have a representation while others, or almost all others, do not? It gets supremely interesting in terms of the Buryat Mongolians' relationship with the spirit world and the specific act within the ritual itself where this particular spirit appears. So in short, the story of Avgulta is a big one, but to summarize, this particular spirit is a communal spirit, meaning that every shaman in this particular part of Mongolia knows about the spirit, and this spirit has a specific function. And the function of this Avgulta is to take out the impurities. He's a trash taker. And it's a very low ranking spirit, and it's sort of you can say that it's a spirit, but it's very difficult to kind of respect him. So it's rendered in a mask. So the spirit is called into the ritual after washing off ritual, when actually the actual ritual starts, and the dignified spirits, ancestors are called on and invited to the table, to the spirits, to the ritual arena. So what actually happens during the ritual is that people wash off, they use paper towels, and they throw the paper towels in the bucket. There is also incense that purifies everybody in the ritual. It doesn't matter whether there are 300 people or 3 people. So, and then Avgulta is called to take that trash out, and it's a very dangerous undertaking because that pollution is extremely polluting and dangerous to whoever takes it out. But Avgulta is so polluted that he is almost immune, speaking of immunities. So why did he become a trash taker? Well, he was a son of one of the deities, and he was an extremely powerful shaman, and he apparently abused his power. He married not a human, but a sort of a high-ranking spirit, actually almost of the rank at the sky, and enjoyed a really good life, had 2 kids, but he got addicted into smoking tobacco. And he would give anything to get to smoke a pipe. So when one day his wife asked him to look after their 2 children and keep an eye on their 8 white camels, he said yes. But then a crow came with some tobacco in his beak. So Avgulda forgot about his children and 8 camels and followed the crow. When he came back, the demons and evil spirits had thrown his 2 children and 8 camels into the ocean. His wife came back furious. She chopped off Avgulda's head and hung it from a tree. She made him into a spirit, but made sure that he would never ascend to any high-ranking spirit, but only to take out ritual impurities. So when Avgulda possesses a shaman and comes to take out the trash, he is always hiding behind the drum, and he's asking the audience if they have seen his wife and 8 camels. So the audience is not supposed to see Avgulda. So the audience is supposed to be looking down or looking away. The moment somebody tries to actually look at Avgulda has to leave immediately because he is hiding and he's actually hunting for the tobacco. So when the audience says, no, your wife is not here, we've never seen your wife, and we haven't seen your camels, he sort of calms down, and then he asks, I haven't smoked the tobacco for many, many years. So he's offered the tobacco and libations, and then he says that he's gonna take a trash, so don't worry, but please don't tell my wife that I was here and I was speaking tobacco. So he is hunched over, he takes the trash out. It's a stressful moment during the rituals. And then, when he leaves, the ritual can go on. Avgulda is hiding throughout the ritual. No one's supposed to know what he looks like, right? Because no one's supposed to see him. So the mask, in this case, seemed to have many purposes. It's a rendering of a face in an objective way, and then and sort of creates this uniform identity and function for everyone, for all the people, all the Buryat Mongolians who really need Avgulda to take the trash out. So it has sort of semi-ethno-nationalist purpose. And 2, rendering the invisible into a mask helps the shaman and the people take control of the unruliest spirit in the spirit world. The spirit world itself is really unruly. As air-bodied beings, spirits tend to move a lot without keeping their words. Spirits tend to be not very loyal. They can exist in different places at the same time. They seem to be able to make copies of themselves. They can impersonate other spirits and crash on other people's rituals and parties and drink and eat other spirits' foods and take gifts. So by sort of visualizing and by rendering Avgulda into this metal mask, according to anthropologists such as Levi-Strauss and contemporary anthropologists such as Michael Taussig, it's a way to control the transformation. So in other words, the Avgulda is a representative of transformation going wild. And it's also a representation of the inverted social moral world in Bakhtinian carnivalesque style. So masks help to symbolically control and sort of try to help to manage this air-bodied kind of world that is a little bit beyond our control. So stability seems to be one of the most important things that is sort of rendered into this metal. And I think that curbing potential transformation and sort of working against the notion of lavra, which is supposed to grow, is a way to, the metal mask is a counteraction, is a way to curb the unruly spirit. So what I want to talk next is about mask transforming and not transforming identity, and is the mask a thing or a person itself? A scholar of religion, Wendy Doniger, probably most of you know her better than I do, writes that the face undergoes a transformation to coincide with the mask. She suggests that we are already masks to some degree, and there is no innate deep self or deep face behind the mask, which seems to be kind of true, as according to psychologists and who study, facial expressions and things like that. Doniger took inspiration from James Scott, who wrote about masks in the context of colonial domination, which of course is perfectly translatable to most social encounters, where hierarchies of all kinds define the encounters to a degree, despite even our best efforts to ignore it. He says, those who are obliged by domination to act a mask, their faces eventually will have grown to fit that mask. And Wendy Doniger further says, to change the face is to change the person. I would like to use these quotes to draw your attention to another form of transformation through masks, but less through wearing them and more through making them. My sub-argument here is that the artisanal labor of making masks creates a transformation that can be compared to the conscious effort of wearing a mask and acting with it. It depends, of course, on the type of artisanship, but it is a more traditional one that comes with rituals, philosophy, and apprenticeship. Then we can talk about the transformation. So what I wanted to actually show quickly and share is just my a different screen about this mask art.
And I was just going to say, after this, if you want to take Q&A, we probably need to go to the Q&A, but it's up to you if you want to. Yeah, I don't want to cut you short.
This is the quick last point. So this artist makes Buddhist tsam, which is Tibetan kind of ritual dance masks, and one of his favorite masks is this old white man. And I guess the key moment that made me think about transformation is that he, as a mask maker, then says, I am the old white man. I love my old white man, and I am the old white man, meaning that the embodied ways of making the mask is also some kind of transformation in subjectivity that renders a person in the mask very, very close. So I'm gonna stop sharing, and I'm gonna leave a question, which is, what are we gonna do if masks are so influential? What are we gonna do with masking, and not just paper masks or cloth masks, masking in digital space, where masking is profound, right? What are we gonna do with legal issues, with online harassment, with creating with fake people, and then infusing the internet, infusing the VR with all kinds of violences and harassments. So I will end there and we can continue, but thank you so much. And I'm sorry for technical difficulties. I will be aware of it next time.
You were great. We're getting comments that this is just a fascinating talk. I have one comment question here. Fascinating. What do you mean that the Avgalde mask, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, is not worn? I thought I heard you say that. How is it used physically then? Does somebody hold it in their hands? And when you say he talks, does the actor talk through the mask? Also, in the image, only one of the masks looked like it was metal. Are both metal? Is metal important? So I can break those up and.
Yeah. So Avgalde mask is not worn, and I was very surprised it exists there. As everything else is worn, Avgalde mask stays on where everything else is being hung, and yet it's fed right? It's had with milk and given the tobacco and everything else. It's actually fed like literally by pouring the milk and other white foods, milk, like yogurts and stuff, into the mask. So it is not worn, and I don't think anyone would want to wear these sacred, the spiritual kind of things, unless they are very powerful shamans and doing the job that they're doing. Metal is extremely important. It's either cloth or metal, the paraphernalia. So, and it has to do with the tradition of smiths. And we can even further argue that smiths are crucial because of the military and other histories.
Oh, great. Okay, there's another question. What happened to his children, and are they of any significance?
Thank you so much. Good question. I will go and ask. Maybe they turned into spirits. I'm sure they did. So it will be another probably interesting story, but I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Somebody said, fascinating lecture. Thank you so much. Do the shamans have a ritual for putting the mask on and putting the mask away? As in theater, where you don't break character when wearing the mask, you take it off to be yourself again.
Interesting. The spirits have to be sent away before a shaman can become a shaman and take the paraphernalia off.
Wow. Okay. And one final question I think we can take. Can you say more about the old white man figure you mentioned briefly? There's a lot of importance of old men characters in some different forms of puppetry and mask traditions in Japan and Thailand that I know about.
So the old white man is one of the characters in the Tibetan and Mongolian Buddhist Tsam ritual, which is a huge day-long, ginormous ritual / dance for expelling everything that is negative, for conquering the demons, right? So the ritual itself is very menacing, and the dancers are supposed to look very proud and menacing. The music is very it's everything at the level of this grandiosity. And then suddenly the old white man comes, and he's a comic figure. He gives sweets to the children. He acts funny. He is to soften the whole scenario and show and humanize the ritual.
This is just fascinating. I mean, people are really responding, and I think, want to know more. Oh, thank you so much, Mandahai. This is just fascinating. And I hope everybody will be checking the schedule for her talk in October that connects more to the VR stuff, which is really interesting. I love these hybrids. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so
and
much.
We're going to move to, wonderful talk. We're going to move to Deborah Bell. And
Yes, thank you, Mandahai. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Hold on. Whoa, stop share. Okay, I'm trying to get it pulled up. I thought it was pulled up. Okay. So. Okay. Okay, can you see?
Yes.
I hope everybody can see.
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay. So first, thanks to Felice Amato and her remarkable team at Boston University for assembling this 4-week extravaganza conference on women and masks. As I review contributions of this book on masquerade with you today, please note the complete list of contributors and photographer credits that are available on the website. There were 18 authors for 19 chapters with topics ranging from historic masquerade to contemporary digital and cosplay masquerade. The book's front cover displays Kimiko Yoshida's The Bride with the mask of herself. In Masquerade, Essays on Tradition and Innovation Worldwide, I edited a series of articles that collectively suggest that masquerade is everywhere in our time. In fact, we can easily say that we are living in the age of masquerade, which showcases countless masks and masking, so much so that we often take the idea of masquerade for granted. Why is the age of masquerade so relevant for our time? As the vast new frontier of the information age unfolds, we continue to witness dramatic new forms of masquerade inspired by the explosion of internet information, an explosion that has produced multiple shards of written, oral, and visual data, which stimulate and challenge us to grasp new ways of thinking. We react to these dense shards of information with incredible immediacy. Why the appeal of masquerade? Masquerade allows us to try on exotic appearances and to play a range of roles representing cultural values and new identities without overly committing ourselves. Masquerade becomes a seductive way for audiences to experience new thoughts and concepts in free fall. The instant gratification of experiencing masquerade is most appealing. Never have we had access to such wealth of imagery that we can manipulate with the assistance of so many technical resources. Consequently, defining and recognizing masquerade in new performance settings is evolving. Of course, masquerade has long been a part of our earliest ancestors, and we still see glimpses of this ancient art form. These photos, courtesy of Jeremiah Cole, appear in John Nunley's chapter entitled Slavery, Violence, and Power in African Masquerades. They suggest stark, compelling images of elemental forces. Here we have a Bediju shark mask from West Africa and a Bibio mask with unhinged jaw from Nigeria. For my book, Mask Makers and Their Craft, Douglas Karan provided these photos of Chewa masquerades in Malawi, where he spent many years learning about their zoomorphic structures and initiation rites. In our book, Masquerade, Peter Probst reflects on Yao images in Chewa masquerades as well. Moreover, Igungun and Galede masquerades have held ancient appeal. Igungun masqueraders have described being taken over by departed spirits while wearing their sacred attire. Galede masquerades pay homage to Yoruba women, especially elderly women who are thought to have equal or greater power than the gods and the ancestors. Fulbright senior research scholar Laura Crow included this photo of a Mandagai team masquerading as snakes at a Panaad festival, as well as Cuban royalty in pseudo-period dress in her chapter called Colliding Cultures of the Carnivals of Cuba and the Philippines. Lois Arthur examines the influence of African and Trinidadian moss masquerades on London's annual Notting Hill parades. Historically, carnival street masquerades took the form of pre-Lenten secular celebrations in Catholic-influenced countries, but also many non-Christian communities have celebrated carnival-style festivals and rites of passage as an escape from the winter doldrums. Frequently, the Christian Catholic traditions of carnival have blended with these pagan traditions, creating unique celebrations worldwide, such as those seen in Mexico. In her chapter, Marta Turok describes some dominant characters and themes in Mexican celebrations. These masks are from Bill Lavasser's impressive mask collection in Mexico. They are Pharisee devil masks, depicting those who freed Barabbas rather than Jesus at the time of his crucifixion, and are the characters the townspeople love to hate once a year during the Holy Week festivals. The papier-mâché masks are thrown into the river to disintegrate until the next year, when they can create new ones. One of the advantages of masquerade all over the world is its intent to change forms quickly and then to start anew. John Nunley shows opposing forces resurrected at the Trinidad and Tobago masquerade carnivals. Here we see man crab with blood-stained shroud, underscoring the evil aspects of technology, which I've certainly felt today. Callaloo in the other photo is an African spirit that triumphs over evil, that found its way to Trinidadian culture and blended with other groups. This depiction is from the Callaloo band. Raucous, colorful Mardi Gras masquerades. We certainly are familiar with those in New Orleans. And we're also familiar with elegant Venetian Carnival masquerades dating back to the 14th century. And we still see contemporary masquerade in seasonal rituals and rites of passage. In our book, Cara McLeod looks at seasonal masquerades from a commercial industry perspective, though certainly our contemporary rites of passage also hold a sense of mask. Here we see some photos of first communions. Even if one does not technically perceive the wearing apparel as masquerade, many religious ceremonies surely embrace protocol for wearing apparel as a way of signaling the transformative sacred quality of the event. And of course, we have proms as contemporary initiation rites into adulthood. Weddings occasionally add masquerade flamboyance. While we also see funeral attire as very somber and certainly a signal, and certainly signals an element of grief. We also have historical reenactments all over the world. These top two photos are from Austria, one representing a Roman legion and the other the Battle of Waterloo. Below, we see a photo of the annual Revolutionary Battle of the Guilford Courthouse in my hometown in Greensboro. Our entertainment sites often showcase masquerade elements. Richard Fallis, in his chapter, points out the frequency of masquerade and masquerade within masquerade in opera and Shakespearean productions. Here we see Canino playing Pagliaccio as he's about to stab Columbina in Pagliacci. A female plays the masquerading trouser role of Cherubino in The Marriage of Figaro, Rosalind playing Ganymede in As You Like It. Pop culture, adventure films love to show comic book characters. Here we see Heath Ledger as the Joker, determined to thwart heroic Batman. How fun to remember the multiple masquerades for both character and audiences alike that first came into prominence with the Rocky Horror Show and Frank-N-Furter. But relatively new forms of masquerade have appeared in the media and venues of popular culture, often as expressions of protest. Derek Van Meter's chapter traces Wall Street's 5th of November protest masquerades in 2011 back to the original Guy Fawkes, who tried to bomb the British Parliament in the 17th century wearing such a mask. Eventually, the Occupy Wall Street movement used it in crowd protests, symbolizing an anonymous army of masqueraders united against a common enemy. Mary Robinson examines the Guerrilla Girls and Pussy Riot in her chapter. These women continue to attract political attention and strive to bring gender and racial inequality issues within the fine arts. Hilary Baxter's chapter reflects on public masquerade, mirroring communities in transition from an LGBT pride point of view. And then we can't forget the opening ceremonies of the 2012 London Olympics. Here we see Daniel Craig portraying the Queen as she skydives into the Olympics. We also, those Olympics also showed scenes from Mary Poppins, bouncing David Bowie heads, salute to government healthcare, and Lord Voldemort from the Harry Potter books. Fashion designers as branded celebrities, such as Galliano, use masquerade for their own personas, as well as in their fashion runway narratives. Here, Alexander McQueen pushed the realm of narrative increasingly to use masquerade to sell his wares. And here I show some examples of Galliano's more provocative narratives. Vincent Stevens examines the idea of open secrecy, self-presentation of queer male musicians, focusing on Ricky Martin's core pansexual style and Adam Lambert's punk and glam flamboyant image. Of course, we've long recognized Photoshop celebrities on magazine covers. And Laura Crow shares vivid examples of global cosplay characters, the masquerade for the millennial generation, taking place in enormous convention centers that feel a bit like small cities and involving popular culture themes. Freddie Clemens shared this photo of Maladorian warriors from Star Wars in a typical Dragon Con convention in Atlanta that I write about in one of the chapters. Heather Holian looks at the magic of digital masquerading of Pixar cartoonists, creating such extravaganzas from Coco and Ratatouille and Up. Catherine Shields explores masking and evolving notions of self in contemporary photography. Ted Gornelis looks at Jenna Marbles and her pioneering work in digital masquerade, though since 2020, she announced that she would leave the video sharing site, apologizing for earlier racist and sexist videos. Nowadays, YouTube celebrities like PewDiePie occasionally lead in with masquerades or masquerading personas. Of course, rock bands like Kiss, Slipknot, Ghost BC, and Mushroom Head have enjoyed prominence for decades. And we can't forget the Broadway musicals, frequently favoring masks and masquerade. Here we see Shrek, The Lion King, Wicked, and Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark. Of course, where would kids be without Disney-inspired masquerade birthday celebrations? Or Superman masquerades, surely residing deep in the American psyche. Ron Naverson reviews the prevailing superhero masquerades conjured by comic books, focusing on DC Comics characters. Perhaps we can think of Clark Kent's glasses as a sort of mask that morphs into the heroic Superman. Or think of the entire masquerade as a mask, yes? As we search to validate identities no longer relevant for our ever-expanding cultural sensibilities, we find the art of masquerade in multiple contexts as a handy and frequently crucial panacea. Masquerade generally demands a certain commercial element for its success, partly because it invariably requires us to somehow go beyond our natural physical selves in order to transform ourselves. But masquerade inherently holds great potential as big theater, big ritual, big religion, and ultimately big business, because we recognize the intense value of transcending our limited human condition into something grander or more beautiful, powerful, and humorous, or into something more threatening. Masquerade allows both the masquerader and its witness to feel more inclusive, more aware, and more special as it is shared and savored. Thank you.
Great.
Great. Thank you, Deb. Thank you. All right. Well, the next thing we have is another experiential with Alexandra Simpson. So I'm just going to let her take it away.
Awesome. Thanks, Felice. Hi, everyone. I apologize about the lighting first and foremost. As the night goes on, my lighting gets worse and worse. So bear with me here. But yes, it's my pleasure to lead you through just a quick moment of movement before we all take, I'm sure, a well-needed care break at this point. So we got connected to our bodies with Jennifer's fantastic experiential presentation on embodiment. And now we're just going to play a little bit. So all you need for this is your body, a little bit of space. You can also run and grab a scrap piece of paper and a marker if you want. But before we move our faces and our bods, I just want to say a few words about faces. Maybe you'll recognize some of these. So in his face, there came to be a brooding piece that is seen most often in the faces of the very sorrowful or the very wise. That's Carson McCullers. I think people make their own faces as they grow. Enid Blyton. Old words are reborn with new faces. Chris Jimmy. I have said that she had no face, but that meant she had 1,000 faces. C.S. Lewis. And so hopefully that gave you a little time to get your pen and paper as well. So our joys and sorrows are written on our faces through lines, scars, and freckles. I still remember as a child pressing my pinky finger into the velvet creases above my grandmother's lips, much to my grandmother's dismay, of course, wondering if my cheeks would be as soft and wise as hers one day. Where did they come from, I asked. Smiling, she would say. Sometimes our faces betray us, sometimes our faces save us. In all cases, our face helps communicate to and within the world. So this woman, Lindsay Zess, who's a fantastic mass builder in Calgary, she once said to me, and a team I was working with at the time, that anything more on a face than eyebrows, eyes, a nose, and a mouth, we were drawing masks, of course, can quickly become spaghetti in a bowl. And after I got over my crushed ego in that moment, what I took away from that is the simplicity and the complexity, or the beauty of simplicity and the complexity of what we perceive as a single emotion. So that being said, let's get moving. So you might want to stand up, whatever is most comfortable for you. I do recommend standing up and just having a little bit of space to move here. So I'm going to ask you now just to connect with your breath. Let's inhale deeply through the nose and exhale through the mouth. Start to bring your awareness to the body, to where your breath is sitting. Is it up in your throat? Is it in your chest? And with every breath, can you move it just a little bit deeper, down, 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 perhaps into the swamp of your belly? Good. Keep breathing here. I'm going to hold a face up here, a simple face. And as you continue to breathe, I want you to start to share that breath with this little face that I have holding up for you. In through the nose and out through the mouth. Good. And on your next breath, I want you to breathe the face onto your own. Let this face make its space and make its way into the space between your eyebrows, above your lips. Good. It slowly comes down your neck, through your torso, into your arms and your legs. Good. Keep feeling that face. It grows and it grows and it grows some more. You're still breathing. It grows a little bit more into your fingers, into your toes, into your knees. One more big breath here. Good. And let it go. Nice. So a pretty simple face can give us a pretty strong emotion. Let's try another one. We'll get better at this each time we do it. So here's another one. Let's start the same way, breathing deeply in through the nose, out through the mouth. And then when you're ready on your breath in, I want you to breathe this face into your face, onto your face, start to match the lips, the brows. Bring that feeling down your neck, around your head, down your arms, into your fingers. into the pit of that swamp in your tummy. Keep breathing here. Notice how the space makes you feel. One more breath here. Good, and let it go. Good, let's try another one. A little more complex this time. Start breathing. And when you're ready, breathe this face onto your face, whatever that means to you. Start there and let it trickle down your body. Good. Enjoy feeling this emotion in your body for this moment. Let it grow and grow. Keep breathing here. Good, and let it go. Good. Got just a couple more here. So enjoy the difference between the faces. Let's try it again. Again, you'll find you'll get quicker and quicker at this. So here's another one, a very different emotion created by just a few lines. Breathe it onto your face. Let it grow throughout your body. See if you can articulate this through your fingers. Feel the rhythm in your body start to change. As you breathe into the space, it changes your entire body. Good, one more breath here. Nice, and let it go. We've got just one more here. A little bit of a different one. So again, start the same way. It's like flashcards for, for embodiment. Start breathing deeply. And when you're ready, breathe this face on, whatever that means to you. Let it change you, let it take you somewhere. Maybe you identify an emotion that you feel with this face. Maybe there's more than one. Good, keep breathing here. Let it grow and grow. A little bit more. And let it go. Good. So I'm going to pass the torch to you. I'm going to ask at this moment, you can grab that pen, that paper, and you can draw your own face. Give it some eyebrows, give it some eyes, a mouth. Maybe you pick the emotion that you're feeling at this moment in the conference, and you draw that face onto a piece of paper. I'll give you just a minute to do that here. Doesn't have to be anything complex. And if you don't know what to draw, just start off by putting some eyebrows, some eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Something will come out. Good, I'll just give you a second more here. All right, when you're ready, you can hold that face in front of you, a little bit of a distance away, your arms extended, and just look at that piece of paper. No judgments. No judgments of your drawing skills. Let that all go. And when you're ready, start to connect with your breath. Push the breath down into the swamp of your belly. And when you're ready, you can breathe on the mask. Again, just as you did before, let it affect your face. It might change as it moves through your body. Take it down your arms, into your fingers, into your belly, your legs, your toes. Try to turn around in that body. Try to look in another direction with that body. Just seeing how it feels on yourself. Good, look another direction. and another direction. Good, last one here. And on your next exhale, you can let that go. Shake it off, shake your hands, shake your fingers, shake your body. Just a little bit of movement for everyone and an introduction to kind of how just some simple lines on a piece of paper can really be quite communicative to various emotions. And so I'll pass it to Felice to take it into our care break.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 7:30 for the keynote with the magnificent Joan Schirle. So we'll see you soon. For anyone that's just joining us, we're taking a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 7:30 for Joan. All right, are we back? I am going to pass the torch to Deborah Bell to introduce Joan. Thank you.
Okay. It has been my great privilege to have seen Joan Schirle's work as a performer extraordinaire, accomplished playwright, and master teacher for over 40 years. I first saw her performance of Scar Tissue in the early 1980s. I immediately recognized her grit, confidence, wit, and technical virtuosity. When I requested an interview with her for an article I was writing about physical theater, she graciously accommodated. I realized early on that I was speaking with a performer destined for distinction in the world of physical theater, but who would never seek prominence for its own sake. Joan Schirle has always been the real deal, a performer who sought not simply to entertain, but also to affect and transform communities for the better. Satire and laughter have always been her secret and not so secret weapons of choice. I have kept up with her work through the years and admired her performances at the International Mass Conferences in 2001 and 2003, organized by Lois Arthur and Ralph Hall at the University of Iowa, and then at Ron Naverson's 2005 International Mass Conference at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. I also trained with her during a summer research grant and then eventually joined her in Bali for her courses in Balinese mass performance as well as mass making. Experiencing her as a master teacher, I began to see not only her technical expertise, bravado, and panache, but also her humility in service to her performances, in a way that all great artists approach their work. In the early 70s, she worked in tandem with two of the most famous physical theater companies, long championed by Northern California residents, San Francisco Mime Troupe and Pickle Family Circus, which featured renowned clowns Bill Irwin and Larry Pizzoni. During this period when these companies flourished, Joan, along with Carlo Mazzoni Clemente and his wife, Jane Hill, established what became Dell'Arte International School of Physical Theater in Arcata, California. As co-founder of Dell'Arte, Joan has taught several generations of students since 1971, many of whom have become well-known performers. She designed the curriculum and served as its director from 2003 to 2011, even as she maintained her impressive performance record. Moreover, she has taught at Yale, the University of California, San Diego, and the University of Missouri, Kansas City, as well as teaching Cirque du Soleil artists. In 2012, she was invited to teach physical theater at the Beijing Dance Academy. In 2018, the Association of Movement Theater Educators presented her with a Lifetime Achievement Award. Joan's I Am Theater video clip is part of TCG's 50th anniversary series of short videos of 50 theater artists in the United States. Not one to be satisfied with her many achievements, Joan accepted a commission to conceive an opera that draws on the life and letters of the American painter Morris Graves. The opera, Bird of the Inner Eye, opened in Arcata in August. Joan wrote its libretto and directed it. Ultimately, she sang one of the roles when COVID complications prohibited a singer's performance. Truly, this woman can do it all. Boston University's Women in Mass Conference is honored to host her participation as its keynote speaker. Many mass performers and physical theater artists stand on her shoulders. Please join me in welcoming Joan Schirle.
Excellent. Thanks, Deb. But gosh, that would hurt. All those people standing on your shoulders. Why didn't I seek prominence for its own sake? I'm asking myself that. Let's see. My butt feels itself on the stool. And that stool is on the floor, which is on Wiyat land in Northern California, unceded territory. Hello, whoever you are, it's like talking to a mirror. I'll just talk to myself. Maybe that's part of my problem of not seeking prominence for its own sake. Gosh, okay, hang on, don't go away, because somewhere here is more of Joan's personas. Are they real? Is she a person? Is the mask a person? I don't know, but I'll tell you, I'm really excited about what I've heard already today. Okay, now don't leave, because I'm going to take off some of my self and come back. And I'm going to violate conventions of theater, which say don't take off your mask in front of the audience, just for the sake of time. It's important. Context is everything. Okay, hold on. Here I go. Goodbye, you, for just a second. It's really me. Okay. All right. There, this is better. This is better for talking to you about the mask of the universe. I mean, that is what this talk is called. You know, why did she call it that? Well, the answer is probably, what do you think is the mask of the universe? Do you think it's, I heard somebody say it earlier, how do we know what we know? Who's behind the curtain? Actually, I think it's none of those things and all of those things. I think that we're talking about a really huge mystery. Okay, hang on. I'm surrounded by these people, you see, and they're all saying, pick me. So who should I pick? Let's see. Okay, I'm going to pick this professor person because she's very good at explaining large scale things. So hang on. Here I go again. Watch out. Yeah, doesn't that hurt? It hurts me. I don't know if it hurt you. No, right.
Good evening to you. I am a professor, so now I can speak to you about the mask of the universe. Dear, I'm looking at my tongue. It shows evidence of having just had a cup of coffee. Although my sister told me I should have a glass of wine while giving this talk. So what is the mystery, the mask of the universe? It is a mystery. Masks are about mystery. Did you know that in December, the James Webb Space Telescope, I'm going to consult my notes now, if you don't mind, will launch from a site in French Guiana and go into space. You know how much money has been spent on this telescope? Billions. And how many years? 25 years have gone into the making of the James Webb Space Telescope. What's it going out there for? It's going out there to unmask the universe. The universe is a mystery to us, and we can't stand it. We must know. How did it all begin? I need some help to tell you the rest of this. Someone keeps yelling at me over here. Let's see. Who is it? Who's what? Oh, there you are, hiding. Oh, don't worry. Be right back. That's really me. It's okay. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be back here in just a second. Don't you worry. Mysteries, masks of the universe. Well, do you know, I mean, this is like a big deal in science. Excuse me, I'm going to dial it back just a little. But you may notice that I'm showing you my teeth. And what that means is I have to keep my mouth open. I'm a mouth breather. And I'm having a great time. I hope you are too. It's unfortunate that I can't see anybody out there. I mean, really? Oh, okay. So this space telescope, it's gonna go back farther and farther than any other telescope has ever been able to perceive the universe, like to the beginning. Well, not quite. You see, there's a cocoon of dust that surrounds things out there. And a cocoon is like a mask, and the mask is covering up how it all began. And the fact is that this telescope is going to go like as close as anyone has ever gone. And the other very cool thing about it is that there's a woman scientist who's the principal investigator with the infrared camera that's going on the telescope. And the whole thing is being enclosed in a rocket whose name is Ariadne, after the woman who helped the Minotaur escape. Isn't that something? I mean, this is like a big deal. I'm gonna go away now, and I'm gonna come back. Hi, I'm gonna blow my nose. Forgive me. This is a mask. Everything is a mask. See, that's my point, in a way, is that the mask of the universe is the mask of everything. Take a minute and look around your space and just say, oh, okay, I'm going to pick that. That's a mask. What's it a mask for? Okay, I'm looking at that house plant over there. Is it a mask? What is it a mask for? Well, it's a mask for a million processes that are happening inside of it. Everything from photosynthesis to, I learned that one really early in school, to the fact that it's seeking light, that its context is the relationship to light. I can do that with anything in my space. I can say, that mask, it's a basket. That basket is a mask for what? It's a mask for the work of hands that put that together. Anyway, I could go on and on like that, but it's what makes life more interesting than television to me, or my screen, which is another kind of mask. So here we are, desperate to plumb the mysteries of the universe. And the mysteries of the universe are all around us. And I believe, not being an anthropologist, but nonetheless, I believe that most masking traditionally existed to either present mysteries in order to be secret about them, or to present mysteries so that we would fall into them and we would learn something about those mysteries. Let me show you a mask
This is a Balinese mask carved. It's actually a copy, a knockoff of a very famous mask by a mask maker named Ida Bagusanam. And he called it the pleasure pain mask. So if I go back to what Jennifer was talking about earlier, and I say, okay, if I take on her face, what does that make me do? Well, again, I have to breathe through my mouth. And it starts to change me. Oops, I have to unblur my background if you're to see that. Sorry, darling. So, I'll put you in front of my face. And as she goes down, which is the pleasure, which is the pain. But there's a mystery to this mask because it's a good mask. For me, a mask that offers no secrets is not very interesting. That's too determined, that says, you must always look like this. I want possibilities. So I believe that ritual masks, shamanic masks, like our previous speaker was talking about, these are our way of coping with the mysteries of our existence. So the mask of the universe is the big thing. That's the cosmic thing. And the fact that we can't stand not to know, we're spending all this money. Okay, I won't get on a political soapbox right now. And all this time to try to get a couple of billion years closer than we ever have to the beginning of everything. Okay, I guess that's a worthy thing. I can't say it's not. It's like, does humanity have its priorities straight? I guess that's what I'd say. So I'd like to now take you to a look at a next size down mystery, not as big as the cosmos, but a lot bigger than this face size object that I have in my hand. But before I do that, I just want to relate to the previous speakers of today. I hope you all watch them, that you're not just tuning in for me. I hope that. Unruly spirits, I love it. I just love it. I've got so many unruly spirits here, I can't tell you. I'm an unruly spirit. Yeah, hey. Yes, it's hard to talk in this mask, but I can. I'm so glad you're all here. Okay, that's one unruly spirit. Believe me, I got lots of them sitting here. I must own about, I hate to say how many, hundreds of unruly spirits I own. Felice said, this conference is about women and masks broadly. I mean, are you kidding me? You didn't mean broads, did you? I'm mostly going to talk about women. Sorry, guys. I mean, there's an awful lot of great male mask makers, mask writers, mask researchers, mask gods, if you will. But this is a conference about women and masks. So I have to say that context is everything. I wonder which of you said that. And the cover of Wendy Doniger's book was from Shall We Dance with Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers, which my sister and I just watched about 2 weeks ago. And that the logo for Women in Mask looks like womb. And we have them and guys don't. Okay, so that's another good reason to have this conference. Culturally responsible pedagogy. I'm working on mine. A little later, I'm going to talk to you about the 20 times I've been to Bali and how my teaching has changed. I'm going to give you a tiny example, a little anecdote. A couple of years ago, when I was teaching at the Del Arte School, I had a class that included some students from Vietnam, Zimbabwe, Hong Kong, Greece, I forget what other countries. And I do an exercise with them which somebody actually alluded to here. Oh, it was Jennifer. The expression butterflies in your stomach. Well, many years ago, when I started to teach, I read a lot of books. 50 years ago, I didn't know very much about masks. And so a lot of the exercises I got to train people came out of books. And one of them was wonderful. I'm still using it to this day, where you say to a student, all right, you have butterflies in your stomach. Now, most native English speakers, American, Canadian, British students, are going to use that in the way that we have come to understand that little idiom, and maybe act nervous or whatever. And what I want them to do is to interpret it literally. Another example, excuse my vulgarity, would be to have a stick up your ass. Now, you can interpret that literally or not. So I said, could the non-native English speakers in the room come forward? Because I'd like to try working on these with you, very fresh to these metaphors. And we did a lot of them in the class went. And later, I was told that I was culturally insensitive by singling out students from other countries. And I had no idea. So this was like dying. So again, attempting to be culturally responsive in my pedagogy is something I'm certainly much more aware of now than ever, even though for many years of traveling to Bali, we have attempted to be culturally responsible in why we take students there and what we want for them. So, oh, and then the other thing is hearing that Sheena Reese was going to be here, I found something that her dad, Victor Reese, made and gave me many years ago when I was performing my mask show in Victoria, BC. And it says, for Joan Schirle from Victor Reese, February 2nd, can't see the date, but anyway, killer transitions. No, killer transformations. Whatever. I'm so pleased to have this little piece of Victor Reese and looking forward to that presentation. Okay, so, shh, we'll get to you. I mean it, we'll get to you. I'm going to go to my PowerPoint right now because I want to tell you next about, as I said, there was the cosmic picture, so very, very big. And now we're going to go to, okay, let's do this. Share screen, Joan. I can do this. Host disabled participant screen sharing. Panic. Help.
Oops, we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it.
Good. Because I'd hate to get all alien on you. I'll explain about this one later. It's really interesting.
You've been empowered, Joan. You have been empowered.
Thank you. All righty. So I'm sharing my screen and we're going here to share. Whoops, that's way ahead of where we're supposed to be. Let's go back to the beginning. There. Okay. Now, in order to not get caught up in like, there we are. Can everyone see my, no, I want to go to slideshow. Sorry.
I'm changing my breathing. Look at this face. It's not resting bitch face. It's panicked bitch face. Okay, here we go. Slideshow. I see the icon.
There it is. Alrighty. Great advice from everyone to breathe, wasn't it? So here we go. The person I'm about to introduce you to, that's a rather surprising mask. I hope you think. I'm finding my glasses. They're here somewhere. Oh, there they are. This is technically not a facial mask, it's a sculpture. It is by a woman named Marit Bente Norheim. She is a Norwegian woman who has lived in Denmark since 1996. She called this project Lifeboats, a mobile sailing sculptural installation. And I want to tell you about it because I'm so excited about it and the work that I did with her, which isn't finished, actually. This is how I came upon these. I was in Denmark visiting other friends, and they know I like to go visit other art studios and so on. So they took me to this place. And I saw these things sitting dry dock, obviously, not in the water. And I said, what the heck are those? Are not those amazing? And so I was introduced to the sculptor and said, I want to do something with those. I want to do a collaboration with you. Now, she'd already been working on these for 8 years. In fact, this is where they are starting to be loaded onto trucks and traveled to be put into the water. And what are these? Okay, this is the pregnant boat. This is the expectant young woman boat. And bringing up the rear is the women over 70 who had to migrate boat. And I'm going to show you a short video, and then I'll talk more about them. But I want you to see them in movement. What the magic. So that was the boats as they were leaving Copenhagen. They were the flagship installation of the Aarhus Cultural Capital of Europe in 2017. And there they are on their way back. I had the great good luck and good fortune to be able to sail on these twice. I sailed on this one, which is My Ship is Loaded with Memories. And I think I also sailed on My Ship is Loaded with Life. This is My Ship is Loaded with Memories. The mask is based on a real person. Else-Marie Buchdahl, who is the former director of the National Art Institute of Denmark and an author and part of a group involved with somesthetics, which I believe Jennifer is as well, from what I read of her notes and so on. And so this face was modeled on her. This is an early version of the My Ship is Loaded with Memories, in which the 18 figureheads surrounding this, all women over 70, based on portraits of actual women from many different countries who had to migrate to Denmark, either for marriage, because of war, to be with family, different reasons, and all of their stories have been collected in a book. And she changed that sculpture. If I have time, I'll show you her talking about why, because I think it's wonderful to hear about an artist's process in that way. So first she created these three-dimensional portraits. That's what she thought these were going to be. As it turned out, they ended up being much more two-dimensional, and they are figureheads in the very traditional sense of the great historical ships that had figureheads, which are a kind of mask, a mask of protection and a mask of looking forward to where we're going, and also usually we're at the head, which is why we say, I got to go to the head. So this is the, my ship is loaded with memories boat. And the first time I encountered it, and when I went to Denmark to actually I got a grant to go and actually work with Bente there. And being a woman over 70 and very interested in a broad range of cultures and masks, races and ethnicities, I most wanted to do something theatrical around this. That's me in my sailing suit. It was really great to be on these boats. Each of them will hold about 12 to 15 people, maybe more, but they are certified to sail. And they are made of concrete. And now I'm going to show you, Felice, can you give us the video that is about the making of lifeboats? It's obviously in Danish.
Yes. Yeah, it's the one that's the galleons.
No,
figure,
not the
maybe?
galleons, the other
No.
one.
Okay, the ET something?
You could give us that. Yeah, I think it's the UT's one.
Okay,
I don't
hang on
remember.
1 second. Let's see.
Well, you're
Okay,
working on
that. I have to stop you from sharing to be able to share. So
Okay,
as long as you
okay.
don't mind.
I'll just push stop share for the moment.
No, yeah, I think it stopped you. I
dare
superseded
it.
you. All right, here we go. I believe it's this.
This
Can
you
you
always
see it?
add. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a little ad. Sorry.
And spelling are important. But if you want to write essays that inspire,
Grammarly is really
messages that
underwriting the
forge
entire
better
conference. We didn't want to
and
admit it,
emails
but
that get the job done, you need to think
oh,
about more
there we
than
go.
just grammar.
Skip that ad.
Skip ad. There we go.
Et prosjekt med 3 skulpturer som skal bli funksjonelle
Can you
skip
hear it?
og skal ut og
I can
seile.
hear it, and I might even read the subtitles for you because I don't know if everyone understands
Okay.
Danish.
Skip ladet med
Oh,
lengsel, den unge, med en skattekiste inni som skal samle inn brev om håp, drømme, lengsler. Mitt skip ladet med Liv, den gravide, som skal ha portretter, selvportretter av barn og unge inni. Og mitt skip ladet med minner, den aldrende, som skal ha symbolske gallionsfigurer, portretter av kvinner over 70, som har det til felles at de har bodd i forskjellige kulturer og kommer fra forskjellige kulturer. I den lille filmen så følger vi tilblivelsen av mitt skip ladet med Liv, den gravide. Og det viser prosessen som jo den samme i alle 3, bortsett fra det skulpturelle. For at skulpturene skal kunne seile, så har jeg jo vært i et intenst samarbeid med en skipsingeniør, som har laget tegningene som gjør at skipet kan CE-sertifiseres og fullt funksjonelt. Etter at skipsingeniøren kommet med tegningene i full målestokk av spanterne til skipet, så sveises alle de 5 millimeter armeringslengdene sammen, horisontalt og vertikalt, og med 5 centimeter imellom. Over dekk skjærer vi spanterne ut i 3. Og så skjærer jeg ut hode og bryster og føtter og alt dette her i flamingo for å ha full kunstnerisk kontroll. Og etterpå fjerner vi både flamingoen og ribbenene som armeringsjernet blitt sveiset omkring. Når hele figuren står eterisk i armeringsnettet, så legger vi på 7 lag med kyllingnett. 4 på utsiden og 3 på innsiden, som bindes igjen sammen med 5 centimeter imellom, så det står virkelig stramt som en hud. Når skulpturskipet står klart til å støpes, så inviterer vi til fest, til virkelig en arbeidsfest, som varer over 3 til 4 døgn. Vi har altså vært rundt 150 mennesker, som har kommet fra rundt 17-18 forskjellige kulturer, som har arbeidet og spist og festet, men først og fremst arbeidet helt vilt godt sammen. Og i løpet av de dagene blir skulpturskipet helt konkret, fysisk. Betongen presses gjennom 7 lag med kyllingnett, med en person utenfor og en person innenfor, som virkelig skal samarbeide for at det ikke kommer luft i betongen. Det man kan si networking. Når støpefesten er ferdig, så jo skulpturen der helt fysisk, men det veldig mye tilbake av finmodellering, finjustering, detaljer, så det flere måneders arbeid tilbake. Nå står vi i Tyskland, i Derenburg, hvor Peter Kuschinke, som har laget øynene til den første av Lifeboats med skip ladet med lengsel, holder på å lage øynene til skip ladet med liv. I dag det den store uttagningen av mitt skip ladet med liv. Og jeg har jo arbeidet på det i 2 år, og den dagen her har jeg ventet veldig på.
Det også bredden af den jo.
Så der! Ja, se!
I dag skal mitt skip ladet med liv i vannet for aller første gang. Ja, nå jeg spent altså.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to put us back to my screen now. There we are. Okay, so you get the idea of the labor involved, the time it took her to raise the money to do that, and how mysterious these are. Now imagine your
receipts, invoices, and other paperwork.
I don't know. I'm going to just flip through these since you saw these in the video. I don't have to, I wasn't sure if it would show, but okay, I want to go back to this one. Once I started learning about her work, because she's very much about public art, community, bringing people together. This is a piece she made for a waste treatment plant in Denmark, which again is an image of a woman because all of her sculptures are about women. And it's made entirely of recycled cable. So here's she and her crew picking through miles and miles of cable to get the right colors. You know, this is everyday recycled cable. These lamps are things out of old TVs. And it was installed in the, initially in the employees' dining room in this waste treatment plant. They converted that into a different space. Okay, so that, I was impressed by that. Then I learned about Rolling Angels, which is one of her quite a bit earlier than Lifeboats, which was made first of all for London. And these are built on little garbage cans. They roll, they can be danced with, moved. And in 2020, she was invited to create 2 new ones and bring them to Dresden with the other 17, as Dresden was celebrating the 75th anniversary of the bombing of Dresden, the destruction of Dresden during the Second World War. So she made 2 new sculptures, which are going to stay in Dresden, called the Carrier and the Protector. And they are carriers of memories of the Holocaust, of the damage of World War II, protectors of people and souls, and hope for a better world. And the other 17 went back with her and will appear again at different festivals as they have. And here they are now with another of her mobile sculptures called Camping Women. These are 5, we would call them trailers here, but the Europeans call them caravans, that are masks of women masking these caravans. And they are again, different visions of women. And I think not just cisgendered women, but women of all on the spectrum, the gender fluidity spectrum. And this one is called Siren. There are also, okay, now I have a video to show you, a really short one this time. Stop my share, go to my, leave that, sorry. I have a friend who's teaching her first academic course via Zoom, and it's driving her nuts. And this is driving me nuts that I can't get to the icon to stop this. How do I
find it? Did you find it?
It's there, it's behind my dock, and I just can't get to it without moving my dock, which I don't know how to compress. Okay, we'll skip that video. How does that sound?
Do you want me to show it? Is it
No,
one
I
of the
don't think
ones
you
that I
have it.
Okay.
Camping Women, here it is. I found it. Can you
An
see
unusual
it?
convoy has arrived in the Norwegian city.
We're not seeing your screen.
European
You're not
country.
seeing it. Okay, hold on.
4 sculptures of women protruding from
Stop,
caravans.
be quiet. Okay, you weren't seeing that, right?
We didn't see it. We didn't see it. We heard it.
She's been working on this project since
Was
late
that not visible to you? I have
2006.
no way to know. No.
No, we're not seeing it. Are you?
I got the idea while surfing on the internet. I saw these old caravans and I imagined many different kinds of women associated with them. I thought of different body shapes related to different kinds of personalities.
Oh, now you're sharing. Now you are sharing.
Oh, no, I am? Well, now I'm
Each
sharing
figure is
just that
carved
thing
in
that says video
polyurethane and
camping room.
coated in the skin of fiberglass and resin.
It'll probably come to a stop.
This one is the Virgin Mary, and the caravan is called the Protector. The image is associated to an old medieval picture of the
I'm not
Virgin
sure how
as
to
she
stop
offers her
that. Maybe if
breast
I
to
turn off
Christ
my
on
sound.
Judgment Day. So she's protecting these.
Okay, yeah, well, the sound stops. Sometimes what I find is that I have.
Sorry, I don't know how to shut this off.
And then there's
without
the bride
stopping
wearing a
sharing.
large
Maybe
wedding
if
veil
you
and also
switch
shows
to
an
the
erotic
tab
element
that's
carried
playing the
by the couple in
sounds,
front of her dress.
like, are you playing the video on like
The
YouTube, on like
refugee and
Google
the
Chrome
camping
or
mama
Safari?
complete the installation, which will be touring Norway's Rogaland region until the end of the year.
Can you call me if you can see that? Because I can't tell if you are.
We can see it now. Now we're not hearing anything, but we
Oh,
do.
this is not the video. Now we're back to photographs. I'll just show you
Okay.
the photographs.
Okay, okay, all right.
So she did 5 of these. This is called Camping Mama. And each of them is also fitted out with an interior into which people can go. And let's say for the bride, this is the bride rolling down the road. Inside are photographs of bridal parties from all over the world that have been set into the concrete inside. And music was composed for all of these by one of her collaborators. And this is them rolling down the road. They eventually got stopped. The government said, you can't drive those things on the road anymore, which is part of what led her to conceive of lifeboats. She said, if they won't let me be on land, I'll be on water. So let me reiterate a couple of the things of why I'm so fond of her work. Is number one, she's about mobile art, that if people won't go to art, take art to the people. She's all about community, about engendering groups of people to work together. For the Camping Mama, one of the things that's inside is small ceramic things made by children, getting groups of people together to work on things. And she's very much about art as a vehicle for creating tolerance, for bringing about a greater love between people. And the mysteries. Here we are back at the mysteries. People saying, what the hell are those? And so again, just as I said, imagine those 3 boats sailing into the harbor of your little town. And Denmark has hundreds and hundreds of harbors because it's a fractile coastline, and they're all sailors. Imagine that coming into the harbor someday and you saying, what are those naked breasted women doing? Oh my God, it's kind of magical. And one of the comments she received from a sailor at one of those, if this is possible, then it makes us think that all kinds of things are possible to do. So that's a successful outcome. And similarly, so here we are back with the portraits of the women. After going back to Denmark another time and helping her clean the boats, which need to be repainted on the inside regularly, and so on, I decided to commission masks for the 18 portraits. So I took photographs and used her photographs, and I wanted to have these carved in Bali. But women don't carve in Bali, so I was not able to have a woman carve them there. So my friend and mask maker Joan carved these 18 figures for me. And they are meant to be further worked on. As you can see, they're not exactly in her style. So what I'm going to do is, I would have done this already, aside from the COVID thing, losing a year, and allow her to actually sculpt them further into the kind of rough quality of her work. And I'm just going to show you a few of them because I think they're wonderful. I think this one is a Palestinian woman, and this is a veil representation I'm going to move my little tower of gallery over so I can see them myself. I drew the eyes on with pencil in kind of classic Balinese style. They sculpt the eyes with small slits underneath for the dancer to look out of. This one is quite wonderful. It's a double mask. It's both one looking and one looking up. And each of these, again, is based on the actual stories of the women and what happened to them in their lives that caused them to come. So here they are on some of my former students, including Bente's daughter, Sigrid, who came to Delaite School a couple of years ago. And with a group of other women, they formed an ensemble called Siren Ensemble. And just before they all left the country, I said, would you put on the masks and let's play a little? I just want to see what these can do. And I had this flat in the shape of a boat. I'm going to play this for you. This is me working with them. They had put these on for the first time this day. Lovely move boat. Very accented movements of the head, very small, but very little more tension. And now a little faster. And it's hard to keep your balance a little bit because you're moving faster on the boat. A little too fast or a little too much amplitude. Okay, I'm coming in closer. The hands out camera. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. I'm trying to direct them and hold the camera at the same time. Hopeless. Each of you. They were doing great. Keep your head very still, just kind of moving the body a bit so I can really, yes, that's right, so that I can really project through the mask. Looking up just a little bit toward the stars, which are the only thing you have to tell you where you're going. And I'm going to zoom to rolling. So there's the little boat. And I think, yes, there they are. And these young women are from Hong Kong, Sri Lanka, Greece, Denmark, and the USA, and they formed Siren Ensemble. And they actually went this year. The lifeboats were supposed to sail to Norway this year, but because of COVID, they did not. So they were in dry dock in a town called Hals in Denmark, and the women went there. And I was hoping to send the masks with them, but it was too late to get them packed and ready to go. So hopefully the next time something happens with the boats, either I or they or all of us will be able to go. And I did get to do some movement work on this through a residency at something called the Orchard Project, which helped me again to try to understand what's possible in a performing sense for these. Okay, masks and more masks. Now I'm going to give you a lightning little trip through some of the kind of work. Deb, I'm surprised you didn't mention this. The Masked Singer reality TV competition show, now in its 6th season, based on a Korean model. This is just what's out there. And of course, the ever-present emoji, which when did the emoji become our way to communicate emotion? But it did, and it is, and we got it. This is just in the news. This newly restored Vermeer painting revealed a Cupid on the wall behind the girl. She's thought to be reading a love letter. Cupid is standing on a mask thought to be a symbol of deception. So I'm going to read you a short quote, which just fell on the floor. And this is to Deb's comment that we're living in an age of masquerade. So I'm thinking we're living in a time of permanent carnival. This is a quote from Atlantic. American politicians, like politicians everywhere, have always covered up mistakes, held back information, and made promises they could not keep. Mikhail Bakhtin, the Russian philosopher and literary critic, recognized the allure of the forbidden a century ago, writing about the deep appeal of the carnival, a space where everything banned is suddenly allowed, where eccentricity is permitted, where profanity defeats piety. The Trump administration is like that. Nothing means anything, rules don't matter, and the president is the carnival king. So there's a level that we are living in a carnival, and profanity most of the time, especially on the internet, defeats piety. Okay, this is me in a mask, and I brought it out because kind of the beginning of mask studies theatrically, for those of you who don't work in theater, this is that mask. I'm holding it up. It was an attempt. It wasn't made for my show. None of my masks were specifically made for my show called Second Skin. But this was an attempt on the part of a Balinese mask maker to create something called a neutral mask, which is a term developed by Jacques Lecoq. And but there are perhaps 1,000 versions of neutral, because nobody is convinced of what neutral is. This is certainly not neutral. Neutral is not a performance mask. It's a state of calm. It's a way for the actor to begin to understand what their own embodied self is. What is the mask you present to the audience? So some of the things that moving that. So one of the things go back. You jumped again. Is to look at nature as offering us, I actually think probably the first mask that a human wore was a branch covering the face, watching an animal that they were hunting. That's just a thought. This is Alyssa Hewlett, Delighted School MFA. She's now our managing director, by the way, in a nature mask study. So we do quite a bit of that kind of thing. This is Kaylee Quinn, another former MFA grad, working in a mask that came from an assignment about using natural materials and then finding out how they work. These are larval masks, which are another step in the mask pedagogy that we work with. And these are based on masks from Basel, Switzerland, which are festival masks, but and these are now used in a lot of trainings around the world. These are, you could say, expressive masks. These were made by Rob Faust. Okay, the guy snuck in there, but they're so fun. And he and I put them on and wore them at that International Mask Conference in Iowa, and made a lot of people really nervous at the party that night. And emotions are a major way of looking at mask work now. And again, there have been many, many versions of emotion masks. I know that Melody Anderson's were one of the very first ever to go out into the world and widely imitated. This is an emotion mask by one of the carvers that I work with in Bali. And they are expressive of a single emotion. And the idea is not to try to be realistic, but to work with, here's the happy mask. Makes me smile when I see it, just like Alex had us holding up a piece of paper. This is a character mask, in that this could actually be a human being with human being characteristics. One of the things that I did at the suggestion of one of my former students and now a prof at UCSD was try to create masks for different races to wear in class, since many of the masks that are available to wear are white faces very clearly, as was the original neutral mask, represented a European face. I will say, in case somebody's asking, why were the lifeboats white? Because I asked that of Binta, and she said two things. White is the color of peace, peace flags, peace birds, white flag, and because white is the easiest thing to see on the ocean when you're watching a ship coming toward you. Commedia, okay, that's the next along the line. And women traditionally didn't do so well in commedia. They weren't part of it from the beginning, and then they became part of it, but weren't allowed to wear the masks. And it's in the late 20th century that a lot of women's masks started to be made, and women joined in a way with the type of characterization. So these are women in a first-year class at Del Arte, and some of these are, we tend not always to work with traditional commedia masks of Pantalone, Arlecchino, etc., because they, it's hard sometimes to come at those fresh and say, this is Emilia Semelius as Stupino in a production done with the Magnificat Baroque Ensemble of l'Amphiparnasso, which is essentially a mimed comedy drama in mask with the orchestra, the Baroque Ensemble. This is a photograph from a Goldoni play that we did. This is me as Rudolfo, the owner of the cafe. Emilia, who you saw as Stupino, as Vittoria, Donald Forrest as Don Marzio, and Daniel Stein as the Count. This is a study of what its originator, Ronald Foreman, called elemental mask. We work a lot with the tension and the play of forces. And this MFA class, we're asked to create structures and skin them, and then begin to work with them in movement. Here's another one, Freddie Villano. And that was, we still have most of those from that year because they were so good, so successful. Another way of masking, this is our first year students doing a residency at a rural town in Northern California and creating with the children of that town a giant fish, because that little burg is on the river. And then they created a mask. This is like a head's mask. We see these a lot in parading. And that one's about to catch this fish. Makeup as mask now is a major part of our study. And in my 17 solid suggestions is surround. Again, it's like, what's the context? Can you surround this very tiny mask with something that gives it life? Makeup, she is surrounded by the thing that, and that's Janessa Johnsrud, who is my partner in the Bali program, now the director of it. More mask via makeup, teeth, a half mask, a beard. This was the graduating MFA class. I can't even see my own thing. Excuse me. Let me go back. Each of these were a thesis project. This trio, this duo, and this trio. And in most cases, it's makeup that's creating the masks. None of them are wearing facial prosthesis. It's all done with makeup. Well, Anthony might have a nose on, I can't tell. More makeup as mask. This was a holiday show called Pirates. Four people in the cast, Stephen Bisher and Maria Aaron Jones here. Clown, the smallest mask. And one of the places where women have done really well recently is in clowning. For a long time, pretty much excluded. But the late Gina Bastone, who was talked about already and will be some more, I think she may have been the first female clown in Cirque du Soleil. She was extraordinary, an extraordinary clown, as well as a great mask maker. Okay, that's me in my clown character of Squeenie. I love that wig. This is another experiment in mask making that Ronlin came up with, where one works with cardboard in order to understand volume, tensions of form, and the dimensions of mass, because flat is not theatrically very interesting. Here's some more of them. I'm just checking my time here. Okay, moving right along. These are masks that I often use in teaching. This group are all made in Bali. This one and this one are made by a Canadian company called Pirates. The Balinese ones are all wood, and these are neoprene, which is one of the standard materials being used now. Leather, wood, neoprene, latex are normally what you'll find mostly in masks these days. And this was for a Shakespeare in Action Macbeth project. And was it Alexander who's at York? I'm wondering if she knows Inej Bushley, who was married to Michael, who ran Shakespeare in Action. They both came on our Bali program one year. Okay, and studies in Bali. I cannot say how influential going to Bali over 20 years or more has been to my work, and how much I have learned from my studies there. This is one of the things where our women are studying carving. In Bali, women do not carve. And I have asked about that. I've never gotten an actual answer. And I don't want to project my cultural understandings onto that. But as in a number of cultures, it's like, well, you know, the work is too important to be left to women, or women have other duties to do, or it's heavy work. You have to work with an axe, etc. This is the man we're currently working with, Nyoman Setyawan, working with a group of teenagers from India that I once took to Bali on a study trip. And it's done on the ground. The wood is held between the feet, which is very hard on the Western body. And here's a group in 2017 carving with Nyoman, who's over here. But some of these are members of our MFA class. Others are participants in the program, which is kind of how it works, is that anyone can join this program. This is a wonderful teacher named Anne Bergeron over here. I forget who else came with us that year. Oh, here's Lex Benes. This is Nyoman and myself with his family. Part of the purpose of our trip is not to try to make Balinese dancers or Balinese mask carvers. Golly, I spelled my own name wrong. Look at that. But it is to have this exchange with the real people in their real lives in Bali. So often the students go to their homes. He's got a carving platform over here, and sometimes to their studios, which are in their homes. And this is Setyawan's dad. His name is Regug. He was a very famous carver. I bought my first topang mask from him, which is here. Actually, I can hold it up to you. I can show you this. This is the topang karas. This is the mask of the young minister. And on this trip, when I went to see him, he gave me as a gift the mask of the old minister, which is this one, which he put on here. And he died in August of this year. So I treasure those masks from him. This may be one of the only masks I have, actually, this Topang mask that is painted in traditional ways, meaning ground up pig bone and natural pigments and many, many, many coats of paint. Mostly everyone now is painting with acrylics in Bali. Oh, here's Anne with a barong. I don't know if she bought that one or not. I know that I eventually bought a barong, and this is Tafadzwa Bob Mutumbi, who was in the MFA program this year. We must have been to a ceremony because he's dressed ceremonially. Jenny Lamb, and the students have a choice of doing either Topang dance or women's dance. Some choose to do both, the ones with a lot of stamina, because Balinese dance is very challenging and it's very, very hot. And this is a museum. This is just one of their storerooms. It's an extraordinary place. One of the great mask museums of the world, actually, is in Bali, founded by a steel magnate, I think. He had a lot of money. It's very beautiful. These are Balinese comics playing women. In thinking about the gender crossings in Bali, it's pretty fascinating. These guys are very funny. I've seen them at a number of ceremonies. This was a big office ceremony because our puppet master works for the Balinese Cultural Office. And they're very good. I don't know what they're saying, but they're very funny. And if you notice, this is a kind of typical thing that is put on many masks of females. But again, they're not wearing wooden masks on their faces. They're using makeup and framing, a lot of framing in Balinese. Learned a lot about the framing of masks. The whole idea of gender crossing of men portraying women is not unusual in Indonesia. This is a very famous dancer named Didik Nini Tuak. And, but on the other hand, women also play men. So this is a very famous form of dance called the Taruna Jaya, in which a woman plays a young male warrior. This is a wonderful troupe called Spirit of Bali in Ubud. I can't remember her name. I've seen her a bunch of times somewhere in my journals. I'll have it. And these are women in the Ramayana ballet playing Rama and Lakshmana, Rama's brother. And it is thought that women have the nobility to portray the noble ruler, because in Bali, traditionally a ruler is supposed to be generous, kind, all the things we don't think our rulers are, and noble and for the people. And what was I just hearing today? Oh, it was in a talk by an American Indian woman. Unfortunately, I came in the middle of the program, and she was talking about their matriarchal society in which being a leader meant listening to people and being sure that everybody got heard.
Joan, would you like to take some questions?
I'm almost done.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
And then I'll take questions.
Okay,
These
great.
are Sita and Rama as danced in the Wayan Wong. So men dance masked roles of women, and women dance unmasked roles of royals. And this is what we had to do this year. We couldn't take anybody to Bali. So this is our last year, our students carving outside. I want to honor these women before I take questions. These are women mask makers, mask teachers, mask collectors, mask researchers, mask performance, and writers about masks. Barry Rolfe, such an important influence in my life. One of the first women to go study at Lecoq School. She wrote Behind the Mask, as well as many other books. I know that Annette Thornton is going to do some kind of tribute to her.
Yes, Sunday morning.
Sunday morning, great. This is a mask by Paul Sandoval, who made the masks that I use in Second Skin. And I'm going to show you this very beautiful mask. This is Eurydice. This is a moment in my show where I become Orpheus and Eurydice. There they are. Oh, sorry for the fuzzy photo. This mask is modeled, this one, I'm pointing to my screen. That was really stupid. It's modeled after her husband, Daniel Stein, his nose. It's a bit exaggerated, but so it goes. And she's deceased. Unfortunately, she's gone. This is another mask by her that she made for his show called Timepiece. This is cloth in the center. He can switch that around so he can suddenly become a different face. This is me wearing the Gina Bastone mask, honoring her. That's already happened. I saw Alyssa's lovely tribute to her. And this mask remains in the Del Arte School archives. It was carved in 1982 and became a stock character throughout the world. This woman is really important to our work in mask. Judy Slattum, author, Masks of Bali, Spirits of an Ancient Drama. To this day, she has put forth the only book that talks about Balinese masks and in context, not just pictures, but and she introduced me to so many things about Bali. She started going there to research this quite a long time ago. These are not masks per se, but they are. This is the Ogo Ogo Museum in Bali. Ogo Ogo, oops, sorry, back to them. This is Mari Suryasa, who came up to teach this year. He and Judy are a couple. This is Janessa, who's now taken over the Bali program from me. If we ever have it again, they still won't let internationals into Bali. But these are extraordinary things that are created by groups of teenagers in various villages and paraded on New Year's Eve through Bali. It's an incredible museum and tradition. Alicia Martinez Alvarez, who is presenting tomorrow. She came to Bali with us in 2010 after having taught at 2006 Del Arte, coaching in that program. I think that's the mask she herself made. She brought a lot of masks to Bali. And the students that year did something she called Santolo, a performance at the Mask Museum, actually, on the stage there, of all the masks that Alicia had brought to Bali, which she sold to the museum there. So they have a number of them in their collection. Ruth Lechuga, such an important influence on me. She, before I knew who she was, I had her books, Mask Arts of Mexico. She was an Austrian woman who was a refugee to Mexico in the 30s, became a doctor, married there, but through her life collected. She had like 10,000 folkloric artifacts, and 1,200 of them, I believe, were masks. And they were in her apartment. This is her bedroom. It was hot pink. It was Alicia who got me to her apartment while she was still alive. She's no longer with us. But she said, I'm not afraid to be with death, because look at these many different manifestations. The Mexicans have a great attitude about it all, artistically anyway. Dee Dee Hopkins, very important woman in being a prominent Commedia dell'arte practitioner, and has a whole series from the National Theatre of Great Britain on performing commedia, the language, the grammalat, the gestures. And now she works with corporate coaching as well. She says, the work we do coaching women to command presence, take up more space, and have the confidence to be themselves in the workplace can go a long way to cultivating strong women leaders at any stage of their career. Senior facilitator for the National Theatre's Professional Training Program in Leadership. Anna DeVere Smith. Why do I have her included? Has she ever put a mask on her face? I don't know, but she broke ground in creating the masking of human beings through her observation of them and performing them in the plays she wrote, the documentary kind of docudramas that she wrote. So I think she's important to all of us actors who seek to really understand, to listen, and to hear the embodied presence of another human being in our own. Okay, Melody Anderson. We already know about Melody because she's already done a workshop, and I think, is there still more of it to go? Yeah.
Tomorrow she'll be doing part 2 and talking about her her career.
I'm literally 3 slides from finishing. This is Alyssa Ravenwood, who did the memoriam for Gina Bastone. Alyssa and the next few women I'm mentioning are all went to our school and became professional mask makers. This is Tara Cariaso, waxing moon masks in Baltimore, Maryland. This is Mina Matilda. She's Finnish, Nakupele Masks and Puppets, which she collaborates with her husband, who's a clown and performer and mask maker as well. I shan't even mention, no, Joe Diefenbacher. This is Kate Braidwood, founder of Wonderheads, who after our MFA program went and worked with a German company called Family Floats and came back and started a whole mask making thing with her husband, Andrew Phoenix. And this is Emily Windler, another MFA Del Arte grad, and a group of the masks, and they tour with performances that are totally in mask. Beautiful work, and they've been really successful at that. And that's it. We end up with the painting of masks. Okay.
Well, that's great. I want to get that list from you so we can add them, because we're trying to put a resources section on the website and, you know, really try to
Thanks for
flesh
mentioning
out
them.
this
I
field.
actually have it. I just haven't sent it to you, and it's full
No,
of
yes.
links.
Thank you.
About a lot of these people, their websites, stuff on, yes. Sorry, I just didn't get it together to get that to you.
No, that's fine. That's great. We will add it to the website. Great. Are there questions for Joan? And if you stop sharing, we can see you bigger.
Oh, I'll stop sharing. Sure. I'll
I
just
mean, you
stop
can keep
sharing.
that
Shut
up. No. Any questions for Joan? Amazing.
It's a mystery that there are no questions.
All right. No, there is one. Well, I have overwhelming and wow from someone. Definitely overwhelming and wow. Anyone else have a question?
Well, to wrap this.
Deb, do you have a question?
Well, I don't know how to put, I don't know how to put questions in the question box yet.
Okay, you then go for it.
But you know, you've been around a while.
Yes, I have. I've been around the block.
What do you see as the secret to mask work? You know, what is it that makes, when you put that on like that, what is it that makes it so compelling?
Well, thank you for that comment. I would say that you need to come to my workshop on Sunday, where I share my 17 solid suggestions for superb mask work. And I'm attempting at this very moment to embody them. In other words, I'm being very still with my head while my gestures work. I'm being very specific with my gestures. I'm keeping my eyes wide open all the time, like that. So come on Sunday and you'll get to hear my secrets. How about that?
We're also still looking for a couple of people who actually want to be with Joan kind of in the panel, so that you're sort of like in a workshop within a webinar. So email us at Women in Masks if you are willing to do that. We're looking for just a couple more people. And we have another question. You mentioned the need for more non-white masks. Have you participated in discussions around the use of masks representing people of color, i.e. who can and cannot wear them? And then there's actually a couple more questions that have popped up as well.
Okay, well, that's a great question, because it happens to be a time we're in. For example, I'm about to step on a landmine here. I hope not. Anna DeVere Smith can play anyone. She can go into an institution or a town or a situation and take on the bodies and the personages of anyone because she's a non-white person. I could not go into a situation where there were persons, non-white persons, and try to tell their stories. And that to me is the transition, that the mystery of the time we're living in. And there is it isn't that I shouldn't do it, it's that it's not my time to do it. And it is time for there to be masks that fit not just black faces, but red faces, yellow faces, brown faces. You know, in Bali, masks are of all colors, and they don't necessarily mean you are that color, although white ones are very often mask of a tourist. So the dialogue, and I'll call it that, over everything from cultural appropriation to who can tell whose stories is very, very minty. I'm going to use Jennifer's word. It's a great word. It's really minty right now. In Humboldt County here, we would even say schminty, which is a word used for marijuana that's particularly crystalline. It's full of stuff to talk about. It's very rich, and dialogue is painful. And that is the period that we are in now. And I hope that there will come a time when everyone can investigate everyone. But at the moment, it is disrespectful of me to try to tell someone of another race story through mask. At least I believe that. And the discussions that we have had at our school and elsewhere are all about how do we decolonize our pedagogy? How do we not look at or take for granted people's experience in mask? And that's a short answer because it's a huge, huge, huge question. Yeah. What are some of the others from you?
Yeah, so we have from someone that you actually named earlier, or call, highlighted for us, a question about Bali masks, holding the masks between the feet. Is there a way to make this style inclusive for disabled people?
Sure. Yes, one of the things that Roman Setyawan has actually done, and sometimes I think for able-bodied students, they ought to try to work with the mask between their feet. But he has created tables, he's created situations in which people can sit, not on the ground. So absolutely, yes. And of course. And let me just say one other thing that I learned in Bali is that for nearly forever, if you were disabled, it was considered that your karma was bad and that you had somehow deserved it. And one of the things that Judy and her husband have done is try to support the establishment of a residential center for people with disabilities, which is being run now by two amazing sisters, both of them wheelchair bound, where people with many, many different kinds of disabilities live, have jobs, and learn and present performances. And that started to change the attitude in Bali of why you are the way you are.
We have another question. Where do you imagine the life of masks in performance in the next decade?
Well, I won't be around to see it, that's for sure.
You're on your own, kids. Where do I imagine it? I hope that it continues, as Deb showed us. It's alive around us. It's not like it's gone away. I look forward to seeing what happens to it digitally. In my own work, I have tried teaching some mask workshops online, but I really do feel, as Jennifer talked about, you have to feel the breath of this thing. You have to look at the lines on the face. What does that say to you about the history of this figure? And what's different about that? What changes when you put it on your face and you suddenly are part of this? What is the demand of this as opposed to what do I want to make this do? That's a major bit So I hope that more people find release through mask. As Jennifer was talking about her work in therapy, I believe it's a great tool, and that a lot of the work done by theater makers can actually shift over into helping with that, the kind of thing that she was talking about.
Yeah.
So I don't know beyond that what to say. I do know that theatrically, masks have not been served well. They are either used by directors as a decorative element, or they are not investigated, or they are a huge costume into which it doesn't really matter what you do because it's all about the costume. And so the willingness to surrender to the needs of a mask, which is a lot about surrendering to the needs of your partner, and so on. And I think there's a great deal in mask work that can help people be better human beings, because the mystery of how to be a good human being is really deep and difficult. To go back to my original point, it's all about mysteries.
Yeah. Okay, well, I have a few comments. I have a beautiful and thorough presentation. Someone else replied, cool. Amazing, Joan, thank you. Your stories suggest democratization of masks beyond theater, and not about icons, but made after real people. How do we imagine theater and popular art in relation to masks?
How do we imagine theater and popular art? Well, they've always been hand in hand. As Alicia will probably tell you, when she came to teach at Del Arte, she brought with her a large collection of masks she has garnered from all over Mexico, with the idea, is it possible to use these folkloric masks to train actors? And that was part of her experiment with our MFA class that year. So I don't know what she'd say about that today. I look forward to hearing her talk tomorrow. But masks have always been part of popular forms. You know, people are still parading giant puppets through the street. I didn't even get to talk about the links between mask and puppetry, but I'm sure there's many of you out there who have that link already down. But popular art and masks, I think, go together. And here's another gaffe I made with my class that year about the butterflies and English speakers, was I said, there are 3 great traditions in the world of mask performance that have remained unbroken for centuries. One of them is Bali, one of them is Japan, and I don't include Italy because it was a very broken tradition, the commedia. But my Vietnamese student was insulted. She said, we have a mask tradition. So I had to say, okay, I have to think about how I talk about mask traditions, because obviously my main interest is the theatrical mask and the actor in mask, not just using masks to train actors, but training actors to perform in masks. And that's pretty unusual. Like I say, they're usually put on people for a decorative element in a play, or because Pirandello said, put masks on, or you have to have a chorus for Oedipus. I don't know where I started or ended with that.
Yeah, no, that's great. All right, well, oh, and somebody else said fascinating, thank you. All right, great, yay, wonderful,
So
thanks
for this, thank you, and thanks to everybody who's involved in this incredible womb conference. And I so look forward to hearing what everybody has to say and what you've been thinking about, and so appreciate the work that has gone into this, because I know that it has. And I'm looking forward to more mysteries and more delving.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Joan. We probably will just end for the night. It's getting late, but we have amazing things starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. And check out the schedule on the website. And we hope to see everybody back here tomorrow. Thank you, Joan, and thank you everyone who spoke tonight. Have a good night, everybody.